Okay, everyone, we'll get started here. Thank you. It's hot and muggy in here, so we'll try to move this along best we can. So, welcome everyone, and we'll call this meeting to order on September 4th, 2025 at 5 p.m. And with that, we'll do a roll call. And I think we're going to do that electronically, right, Kylie? No? Oh, okay. Amanda Buchanan.
Here.
Maria Okpara.
I'm here.
Renee Longshore.
Here.
Anita Tucker.
Here.
And I'm here as well. So if everybody could please stand and face the flag here and join me in the pledge. Thank you. Okay, looks like everybody's up. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move into public comments. Kylie, if you can hand me the cards, please. And
Yes.
This is for the closed session public comments.
Yes, and we have reached time on both items C6 and C7. We do have overflow stack in case somebody doesn't show.
Okay, so what that means is we have 20 minutes per topic, and I believe there's two issues here that people wish to speak on at 6 and 7, conference with labor negotiator Kristen Dupree and Jeremiah Harrison. So I'm going to actually hold everybody to 3 minutes because we want to get through them all in the 20 minutes. So that gives us 40 minutes to get through these. So first up is Karen Sabers. After Karen will be Molly, if Molly Nelson wants to get in the ready position there. Come on up.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening. I'm going to skip introductions because I'm on a time thing. My name's Karen Sabers, and I'm the president of AVUDA, Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. And welcome Victor Hi, Victor L., and I believe some Atalanto are in here. And congratulations to Victor High for your 5% off schedule. And I know, Ms. Buchanan, you're enjoying that as well. Okay. So board members, I have given you a pile, some papers. It starts with the yellow on top. And I'm going to go through this really fast, so you'll be able to look at it later as well. In the county superintendent of schools audit on the unaudited actuals, you don't have this one in that pile, but I know you guys are getting it this evening. It says unrestricted deficit spending. The district is projecting unrestricted deficit spending of $5,688,400 in the current fiscal year, primarily due to health and welfare costs. So now I'll direct you to your yellow packet. The first page is the old $20,000 cap. And I wanted to point out, I have it highlighted there, that at that time we had 631 people taking insurance, times 20,000 is 12,620,000. Moving to the next page, which is the AB 1200. That was put in representing 736.1 FTEs for the next 3 school years. However, we had 631. If you turn to the second page, the current costs are 14.9 million, and the proposed costs are 13.5 million. I did put a note down there that those were based on 2,300 extra, but that 2,300 was not from the district. That was from our $3 million dental reserve. So that was our money and not provided by the district. So their contribution was to $12,620,000. Moving to the next page is just our current health and welfare prices and our caps. And then going to the last page is how many single one and families are in each category or each insurance plan. And if you go to the back page, we had 175 total singles, which amounted to $1,964,900. Employee plus one, we had 110, which you can see the total there, 2.3 million. And family, we had 310, which amounted to 8.4 million.
Karen, your time.
That was way fast.
I know, it goes fast. But we
Okay.
have a lot of speakers.
So you can see you actually gave us $124,420. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, we have Molly Nelson, and then after Molly Nelson will be Wendy Underwood.
Good evening. My name is Molly Nelson, and I am teaching now a K-1 combo class at Sitting Bull Academy. Back in March, I spoke about the importance of doing the right thing, the same lesson I teach my students every day. I'm here again tonight because I believe that same principle applies just as much to you as leaders as it does to the children in our classrooms. At the last board meeting, our union president shared that many teachers who have not yet left are strongly considering it. I want to echo that because I see it firsthand. Through my connections across the district, I can verify that this sentiment is real, and it's heartbreaking. Core teachers and staff, people who are deeply invested in this district, are questioning whether or not to stay. That is not the Apple Valley I grew up in, and it should not be the direction we are headed, and yet it is. I want to share that at kindergarten orientation, almost every family already knew me, some from previous schools, some through personal connections, and someone simply looked at me and said, "We know who you are, Mrs. Nelson, and we're so glad to have you." Aren't these the moments that matter? This is the way that we build strong schools, and yet it feels like the district is overlooking and taking for granted the very teachers who are the staples in this community, the ones who nurture not just the students, but our community. I grew up in Apple Valley. These schools made me who I am, and I returned because of its promise. Many in the district office were once teachers yourselves, my teachers, and you remember the long hours, the emotional investment, the personal sacrifices that this job demands. Please don't forget what it feels like to pour yourself into work and want that effort to be recognized. Retaining teachers is not about keeping them here, not just about keeping them here. It's also about ensuring that they are happy, proud, and motivated to continue to do their best. Our 0% salary increase does just the opposite. Whatever budget issue is being used to justify this, it was not caused by teachers. Something can be figured out. There is always a way. There is always an exception when there is the will to make it happen. I challenge you to decide how you are going to make it work for teachers, because doing the right thing for the people who make this district run should not be negotiable. We are not asking for luxury, we're asking for respect. Please invest in the people who are here, committed, and making a difference every single day. Thank you.
Wendy Underwood?
Yep.
Oh,
I'm
good.
right here.
And
I
then
didn't have to go far.
After Wendy will be Leanne.
Thank you, Molly, for
Price.
giving me the opportunity to follow that. Thanks. Good evening, fellow colleagues, school board members, district leaders, and of course, the members of our community. While I attend most of these board meetings, the thought of standing here is petrifying. I teach class in front of 36 middle schoolers every single day. This is not it. But I want to take a minute to go back to the 19-year-old me who was attending college at CSUSB and had the grand plan that I was going to be a doctor or a lawyer because, well, frankly, they make the dollars. I never imagined in any time that I would ever have become a teacher until I had a math professor in college say, "Hey, Wendy, you're really good at math. Got some kids in Bloomington that have to pass the high school math exit exam." Yes, I'm that old. "And would you like to come down and make $17 an hour, which back then, that was good money. And I said, absolutely. I love math. I'll teach them anything. I show up. I'm working with a few students, seniors. They were 2 years younger than me, trying to pass this test that was impossible to them. And I had this kid I worked with for weeks. And on the third week, he finally had that light bulb moment. And every teacher in this room, para, support staff knows exactly that feeling. The feeling of, oh my goodness, that is the best thing ever. I literally changed my major the next day. I have been in education for almost 28 years, and I love the job I do. I couldn't imagine doing anything else. I didn't choose teaching to become rich or famous, although if you walk through Target, sometimes that happens. But I didn't also expect to be living paycheck to paycheck. Cost of living has continued to increase. I am putting 2 children through college right now, both one in-house and one out of state. And I cannot imagine my daughter, who is going to graduate with her education degree in little over a year. My dream has always been to have her teaching in the same district as me, and possibly even at the same site before I retire. And now, in good faith, I can't look at my daughter and tell her to work in Apple Valley when she can go to another district and make more money and feel more supported. She has been an avid tutor with our district for a few years. She is going to make a phenomenal teacher when she gets there. And we're going to lose out on that opportunity. She is a kid who has struggled with anxiety and depression, and she has rose above that. And she is going to do something. And this district is going to miss out because somebody else is going to hire her.
Okay, Leanne Price, and then Sandra Walker after Leanne.
Good evening. My name is Leanne Price. I'm a teacher in this district, a single mother of 2, and I hold a master's degree. I grew up in this district. These classrooms shaped me, and for the last 6 years, I have given my heart and my career back to the very community that has raised me. And now my children are also students here. This is not just where I work, this is home. But the truth is, I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Despite my education, my commitment, and my years of service, I live paycheck to paycheck. That is not what any professional, especially one responsible for shaping children's futures, should have to face. And now with the increase in insurance costs, I'm actually taking a pay cut. I'm working harder than ever, yet bringing home less than before. That is devastating as both a teacher and a parent trying to provide for her children. And I'm exhausted, not just from teaching, but from the endless hours I have to put in just to survive. But every time I take extra hours, I am forced to sacrifice my own family. I miss moments with my son and daughter I'll never get back. No parent should have to choose between supporting their family financially and supporting their family emotionally. For my son, again, a student in this district, those sacrifices cut especially deep. His mental health struggles mean his therapist is his lifeline. The trust they've built keeps him steady, and yet I'm locked into paying for the more expensive insurance plan because the cheaper option would take that lifeline away. For my family, the cheaper insurance isn't really an option. It's a risk I can't take. And while teachers like me are stretched thin, our classified staff are hurting even more. These are the people who care for and support our students every single day, but they are paid so little that some are considering leaving jobs they love to work at McDonald's, where they would earn more money, get more hours, and even receive tuition support. What does it say about our priorities when fast food offers more stability than a career in education? Meanwhile, just down the road, neighboring districts pay more and fully cover healthcare. Their teachers and staff don't have to make these impossible choices. They don't have to decide between their students and their own families. But here, that's the reality. I'm not asking for luxuries. I'm asking for fairness, for dignity, for respect, for the ability to keep teaching the children of this community, including my own, without sacrificing the well-being in the process. So tonight, I leave you with this. If neighboring districts can pay more and cover healthcare, if fast food chains can value workers with better pay and benefits, then what incentive are you truly giving us to stay here? Thank you.
Sandra Walker, and then after Sandra will be Oh, Waller. Okay, I'm sorry. And then after that is Stephen Cox.
No, this is good. Got it? Okay. Hello, my name is Sandra Waller. I'm just beginning my 20th year here in AVUSD at Sandia Academy. I have two daughters that work in the district as well. One teaches kindergarten at Vanguard Prep, and the other is a full-time special education paraeducator at Yucca Loma. When I came to Apple Valley, I chose this job because AVUSD had quite a prestigious reputation for education and treating the employees with respect and a great benefits package. In fact, outstanding, 100% paid. I was part of the 2008-2009 layoff group, which was enormous. The veterans at that time decided to take a cut and start paying a portion of our health and welfare benefits that we were told in the future we would regain at some point, to which we have not. For that, I am thankful for the veterans, but we were told that when we voted for this to pay a small amount, we would eventually receive 100% back at some time in the future. However, this has never happened. And then fast forward to 2025. Once again, we were faced with layoffs, which luckily we were able to avoid. For that, I am grateful. However, we still have not received 100% compensation back in our health and welfare benefits. And this time we are paying more than just a little amount we agreed to pay. However, my reason to decide to speak today was on behalf of my daughters. My daughter, who teaches kindergarten at Vanguard Prep, is a certificated position. Her health insurance benefits will be going from 133 to 147, as we elected as a family to choose Kaiser and stay with them. My other daughter, a full-time paraeducator in special education at Yucca Loma, her health insurance benefit was once 100% paid as a single person. Last year at open enrollment, Classified was asked to pay a small amount of their health insurance now, which really wasn't. She started paying $226 a month. Recently, she was just told that in January of 2026, her health insurance will go up to $277. A classified position makes a lot less money than a certificated position, and yet the classified position is being asked to pay an exuberant amount more and make less money. I do not understand why certificated and classified employees do not have the same benefit compensation. One job is not valued more than the other. In January, my insurance benefits for myself and my husband as a couple will increase to $297. Paraeducator is now $226 for my daughter, which is, she will be paying $277, which is a $71 jump. Plus, she is still continuing education to work on her master's this year when she decides where she will go, which she pays for. This is not acceptable. However, I am not happy about my health insurance increasing. However, my salary significantly is more than my daughter's. This is a significant jump for myself and my daughters.
Sandra, I'm going to have to cut you off. We have time. We have quite a few more speakers.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Stephen Cobbs, and then after Stephen is Philip Wallace.
So good evening. And last time, I'm sorry, President Raleigh, board members, and members of the cabinet. I didn't address you last time when I got up and spoke. I told the teachers when we met the other night, please don't mistake kindness for a lack of resolve. Teachers are very resolved. You can see that tonight going in. We did some digging and we're looking at numbers. When we went back into negotiations, and I'm not going to share what was in the room because that's not right to do. But when we were in there, we were kind of given this idea that if we took the healthcare when it was coming over to the new PERS, that we were guaranteed that we would talk about it the next time we were together. When I came in here and I spoke before you, then we went back in and the negotiation was just one of those, we have nothing to even talk about. So I feel like that was a breach of trust in this idea that we couldn't even talk about it, when that's one of the reasons that we agreed to take it to move forward. Leading into that, I came again last month and I stood before you talking full faith that we thought we were going to be able to move forward into something, and went into negotiations again and we had no direction at all. So I stand here a little bit disappointed tonight and before a large crowd of disappointed people. And if we're looking at numbers, one of the things that we were talking about was we were looking through, it's going to be on tonight's agenda, that in column 1100 in the 147 report, teacher salary is going to be dropping actually 9.8% from the actuals from last year to the new budget this year. Along that goes the certificated supervisors and administration in line 1300 is going up 24%. Now I know, and I verified, I didn't verify on that, but I told people because they asked me, oh, you're saying that they're getting raises. No, I'm not saying that. But that's a piece of the pie that we're all kind of fighting for, that we're trying to say what we can get. And it's going elsewhere. It's not going to teachers in the idea that we said we don't have money. Classified was going down 6.1%, 2,100 line item. Instructional salaries, well, classified supervisors and admins going up 36.4%. Welfare benefits in line 3401 is going down 9.2%, but yet we look at areas like materials and supplies, books and supplies going up 54% in a budget, and yet we only spent 12 million out of 27 million that was originally budgeted, although it shows at 18 now. So our expenditures were down 4.8%, but our revenues are up 1.4%. So as we look at these numbers, we're looking at these different areas where we might ask you to kind of take a look, honestly, into where it's at, because there's been no accountability for the budget moving, the budget changing. And as we see that, we were kind of told this idea that we were going to be down $25 million. Now we're only down 12. And it was going to be a 3-year turn until we started moving up. And the new report that's going to come out tonight shows that we're actually going to be 4.5 million in the black this coming year. I just urge you to do something for us to actually give direction that makes us not waste another time going into negotiations.
Hello, my name is Philip Wallace, and I'm a school counselor at Apple Valley High School. I want to say thank you to everyone who's here and acknowledge those who would like to be here, but due to second jobs and other commitments cannot be present. I entered education so I could give back and help the kids in our community to access and understand opportunities that seem so far away. I interned during the 2007 school year at Apple Valley High School while Mr. Schlosser was an assistant principal there. This was back when Apple Valley Unified was the place to be in the high desert. About 7 or 8 years ago, shortly after accepting a position at Apple, I was in a training with Mr. Schlosser. And when asked where I want to be in 10 years, confidently I said, I still want to be a counselor at Apple. This was just before Apple Valley Unified started its race to the bottom. I was offered a counseling position at another school that is 5.8-mile drive from where we are today. If I had accepted that position, I would be earning $24,500 more this year, plus fully paid medical. As I will be paying $4,353 for Kaiser this year, that is a difference to me of $28,853 less earned this year, or $2,404 less earned per month, not including the 5% off schedule they are receiving. Sadly, the difference would be even greater if I drove 9.9 miles from here to the school my wife works at. Our pay and benefits are your actions, which do not match the words on the wall above you about dignity, community, authenticity, and service. In fact, as we run this race to the bottom, we could go to just about any other district and make more money, as we are now one of the lowest paid districts in our region, ahead of only Trona, Needles, and Baker. We are on pace to win the race to the bottom and be the least desirable district unless our leadership quickly begins to make better decisions that reflect the values on the wall above you. Your actions speak louder than your words. Let's collaborate, starting with a zero-based budget to meet the current needs of our district, taxpayers, students, and educators. Let us consider non-fiscal opportunities that can benefit all stakeholders, such as a 4-day school week. Yes, it's possible. California approved another one in January. The district negotiating team, continuing to have no guidance or authority to negotiate Article 19, is not only embarrassing, but I would say a failure to negotiate in good faith. We are all here because we care, but it is well past time we unite and put our caring into action. Let's make Apple Valley the place we all want to be in 10 years. I want to be a Sun Devil, and there's so much opportunity to return Apple Valley Unified to being the district in which our students get the best educators because they want to work here. So I ask, why should I and our staff be forced to make such financial sacrifices to work in this district? Sadly, if asked today, where do I want to be in 10 years, my answer would be uncertain. Please do better and help me once again confidently answer that Apple Valley Unified is the place I want to be in 10 years. Thank you.
Okay, Amy Carter, and then after Amy will be Jennifer Klein.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amy Carter. I am a special needs paraeducator. I have held my current position, thank you, with special needs preschool for 11 years. I take enormous pride in what I do and the students I serve. I love my job. I've heard it said that AVUSD is a family. As such, we all have our roles to play in this family. No one role is any less important than another, or so it would seem. I don't have to tell you that AVUSD is successful because of a combined effort of certificated and classified staff, each playing their role. I, alongside my fellow classified employees in all positions within our district, work tirelessly to provide the best education for our students. From transportation to nutrition services, office staff to paraeducators, janitorial services, groundskeepers, maintenance, and security, we are all on the front lines each and every day, all while feeling increasingly undervalued in our family. We have not seen a cost of living raise for too long. We're being asked, no, we're expected to endure behaviors from students never seen before. With little to no support, we're to give of ourselves physically and emotionally, all while seeing no value placed in our roles and no fair wage in our paychecks. We deserve to be fairly compensated for the hard work we provide. We deserve no less than to be valued. Look around this room. I see a sea of red shirts with only a splash of blue. I've asked multiple fellow classified employees why they don't attend these meetings. Each and every one has the same response. What's the point? They, meaning you, distinguished members of our school board, don't see us. You don't make us a priority. How sad. It's completely understandable given the treatment that we receive. We are all feeling the pinch of our economy. I shouldn't have to choose between staying with the job that I love and have dedicated so much of my life to affording to pay my bills. The reality is, without the raise we classified employees and teachers deserve, the choice between remaining with this AVUSD family or leaving will have to be made. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the dedication and hard work that I and so many of my fellow classified and teachers union members give to AVUSD to be acknowledged. It's time for you to act. We all care for the children. Who cares for us? Thank you.
Okay, after Jennifer, it'll be J.C. Scott.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Klein. I am also a special needs paraeducator. I work at Granite Hills. I need to speak up about the abhorrent pay levels in this district. I would like to point out that most classified staff are being paid below not just the California poverty line, but the federal poverty line, which is much lower. The federal poverty line is $32,150. In California, it's closer to $40,000. Keep in mind, this is not gross income we're talking about. This is adjusted. That means that our pay level is several thousand lower than what we're seeing. I cannot fathom how anyone could think this is appropriate for the people doing necessary, often difficult work for the children of our community. These are the people who will be running our country, taking care of us or not. They are growing up in the Walmartization of our school systems. How sad, how sad. Have you ever heard that term? Here, let me explain. Many companies now follow the business model of Walmart, that is to rely on government-funded social programs, such as CalFresh, Medi-Cal, IEHP, and others, to support their employees. Pay them less, cut hours, just apply for assistance. It's fine. Nothing highlights this quite like what's going on with our healthcare or lack thereof. I'm one of the employees who will now be reliant on assistance programs. I've had to apply for healthcare through the county because we cannot afford the insanely expensive, yet somehow still useless insurance that has been forced upon us. After all of the costs, my monthly check now pays only my rent, not even a cup of coffee over, not even that. We need you to see how impactful this lack of support is. With costs skyrocketing, we're being left behind with no help to acknowledge the significant contributions being made. I know I'm not alone here. Not only are we impacted by the lack of a pay increase, but the loss of pay. Someone was talking about their daughter is going to be paying $270. Mine's over $300, and they haven't even raised it yet for a single person because I can't afford it for my kids. What recourse do we have? Hey, does the public know about our anti-strike clause? Do they know that we're not even allowed recourse here? What are we supposed to do? Where does that leave us? We deserve better. We deserve the stability we're providing for the kids of this community, and you guys need to do better.
Good evening. Just want to point out something that made me absolutely sick, third, fourth speech in. When this young lady here started crying, and I'm trying not to cry, I saw every single one of you guys go gloom, but our superintendent started smiling ear to ear. That's our leader. So, good evening. My name is J.C. Scott, Chapter President of the California School Employees Association, Apple Valley, Local 828. And I want to begin by acknowledging that while I know my words and speeches can sometimes come across as harsh, please understand that I always come from a place of utmost respect. However, it is my duty and responsibility to speak on behalf of this and stand up for the siblings of the chapter as their duly elected representative. And it is what I intend to continue doing tonight, speak for those who feel their voices go unheard. During our last round of negotiations, we were assured that when we return to the bargaining table tomorrow, the district will have something meaningful for us to work with. And as much as we want to remain optimistic, we have heard that promise before. We were told that after May Revise, the district would take care of us. May Revise came and went, yet what we received were more empty promises, and that hasn't been any substantial movement since. So forgive me if I struggle to accept more sweet nothings from the district's bargaining team. Time and time again, we've been told that the district is waiting for direction from the board, yet no such direction has been provided. This, by definition, is bad faith bargaining because your team should always come prepared and shouldn't have to seek direction every time we make a proposal. CSEA respectfully demands that if the district is not equipped to bargain with us without direction from this board, then this item should be placed on the agenda by a board member or someone authorized to act on its behalf. Be present at all future negotiations that we may conduct business in good faith. And getting this thing done so we can focus on what we're really here for, our students and our community. The lowest wage workers in this district shouldn't have to weigh their commitment to this community against their very own survival because it's heartbreaking to them. I would like to address last month's meeting with the utmost respect. There was a time when personal relationships must be set aside in order to address the needs of the employees and the integrity of this district. The last board meeting, it was said that there was an attempt to assassinate the character of our superintendent. The statement was not well received by CSEA or the teachers I personally spoke with. Fact one, the district is in fiscal crisis. FCMAT was not requested to state the obvious, but to show us where we went wrong. Fact two, employee morale is the lowest it's been since 2009, yet nothing has been done to address this. Fact three, in order for any business, in any other business, an ongoing deficit without accountability to the people will be unacceptable and addressed promptly. Fact four, neither bargaining unit has faith or trust in our employer. This should be of utmost concern to you. We feel like our concern continue to fall on deaf ears, or we are simply pawns in a game of chess that we cannot afford to play. So I ask you, how long will this board allow the ship to sink before the captain is held accountable? Because this is not about personal attacks, it's about accountability starting from the top down.
JC, time's up. Okay, up next, and I can't, it's hard to read the name, I think it's Brad. Is it?
Brad Santora.
Brian Centura? Okay, I'll wait till he gets up here, but then we can. Oh, okay. Okay, Brad. And then after Brad will be Ashley Smith. Ashley Smith.
On my old, I need glasses. And my thing's real big. Anyway, okay. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Nelson, members of AVUDA, and fellow CSCA brothers and sisters. My name is Brad Santora. I am Campus Security Assistant at Mariana Academy and the Communications Officer for CSCA Apple Valley Chapter 828. I am here representing classified staff members who work tirelessly for our students, their families, and this community. We are the people who show up every day, ensuring our students have the support they need to thrive. Today, I would like to discuss the changes in the cost of living compared to the lack of increase in our pay, and the impact that this has had on staff and the students we serve. According to salary.com, in Victorville, the average cost of living from 2023 to 2025 has increased by $577 per month. Things like food, housing, and other day-to-day expenses were included in that. Healthcare was not included in that. So on top of that $577, we pay an extra for 10-month employees, almost $600 a month in healthcare. So if you add that to the $577, we're paying over $1,000 more today than we did back in 2023. Yet our pay does not reflect that. Okay. Recently, a staff member shared to me, Apple Valley staff member shared this to me, that one of her children has special medical needs. And because of those special needs, she can't leave Kaiser because they're on scheduled injections. So she can't leave Kaiser. Because of this, yet now, because pay is or the cost is going to go up again in January, she is seriously considering leaving Apple Valley School District and looking for a job elsewhere because they just can't afford it anymore. I have also seen firsthand the dedication of our staff, that how they show their dedication to our students every single day. The compassion they demonstrate and their tireless efforts to improve the students' lives and their education. It's difficult for me to see them consider leaving because of the circumstances that are beyond their control. This is a problem, board, that you guys can directly impact. By providing fair compensation, you can help keep our dedicated staff here for the students who need them. I ask you to consider this very carefully. What happens to the students when the people they rely on and that are under pressure, stressed, and exhausted? What happens to those children?
Thank you, Brad. So Ashley Smith, and then after Ashley will be Stella Esperanza.
Hi, my name is Ashley Smith, and I'm a paraeducator at Granite Hills High School. This is addressed to the board as a concerned parent, member of the AVUSD community, and a dedicated employee. I have served this district for 12 years, including 2 years as a substitute paraeducator before permanent hire. AVUSD has become my second home, and I am deeply invested in the growth and well-being of students. My intent in speaking today is to respectfully request a wage increase and/or an adjustment in the district's contribution, toward health and welfare benefits to help offset the recent rise in employee health insurance costs. While I fully understand that the district is also facing rising expenses, this increase has placed a severe financial strain on my family and on the families of many other dedicated employees. In December 2023, my family's world was turned upside down. My son, a student in our district, was diagnosed with a brain tumor in his cerebellum. The tumor was removed, but his care is ongoing and complex. He is regularly seen by a team of specialists, including a pediatric oncologist, a pediatric neurosurgeon, and requires constant MRI monitoring. My son and I have built a relationship of trust with these doctors since the beginning of this ordeal, and consistent medical care is vital to my son's long-term health and well-being. Due to the specialized nature of my son's treatment, switching from Kaiser to a less expensive insurance option is not a viable solution. While I'm prepared to ensure my son gets the care needed, the increased insurance costs have put an undue burden on my family. I am now forced to consider a second job or even leaving my position to cover these essential medical expenses and monthly bills. I love my job and cherish the opportunity to serve students of this community. I'm concerned that the dedication brought to my role might be jeopardized by financial pressures. 12 years dedicated will be gone. As district employees, we remain committed to serving the district with excellence, but we also hope for the district's support in easing this burden so that we may continue to provide for our families while focusing on the work we do for our students and community. Thank you for your time and consideration of this critical matter. I look forward to a possibility of positive resolution.
Good evening, members of the board and fellow union members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Stella Espinosa, and I'm a student information technician here at the ESU right here. I wanted to share my personal story, one that I know many district employees can relate to. Recently, my husband and I were faced with the incredible, difficult financial decision. In order to keep a preferred medical insurance plan that best fit our family's needs, we had to make a painful sacrifices. We canceled our cancer insurance, our accident insurance, and even our life insurance, also that we could afford to keep our health insurance. We made those cuts because we had no other choice. We were trying to survive like many others who work in this district. But now we're facing yet another challenge, a new increase in our insurance premiums. After cutting so much already, we simply have nothing left to give. We can't afford this new increase. At the same time, the cost of living continues to climb. Groceries, gas, housing, everything is more expensive. Our insurance costs are going up. Our paychecks are staying the same. It's frustrating, and frankly, it's discouraging. Our family truly loves working for this district. We care deeply about our students, our school community, but it's becoming harder and harder to feel appreciated or supported when we're being forced to make these kinds of sacrifices just to maintain basic health care. I'm asking not just as a board member, but as leaders to take a serious look at how these increases are affecting your employees. We need help. Whether it's through fair paying adjustments or greater contributions to health and welfare benefits, we need the district to show that its values that people who show up every day for our students. We are committed to this work. We just want to feel that the district is equally committed to us. Thank you for your time.
Up next is Barclay.
Hi, my name is Barclay Hasso. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm a paraeducator at Granite Hills Special Needs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to bring attention to an issue that's affecting many of our staff, the changes to the employee benefits. These changes have had a real and immediate impact. Speaking from personal experience, I, even as a single employee, have had to change my insurance provider because it's so expensive. This has disrupted my healthcare and others I know who are dealing with added financial stress and strain from the changes. We recognize the district is facing a financial strain. We appreciate the difficult decisions being made. However, we urge the board members to respect the human cost of these cuts. Our wages and health and our ability to care for ourselves and our families are being affected. As dedicated employees who support students every day, we are asking for positive movement on salary and health and welfare. When staff are supported, students benefit as well. Thank you.
Okay, that brings our closed session comments to close. We do have, we need to go into closed session, so I'm going to read what we're going to go into. Just to give everybody a heads up, because everybody's here. We will be back at 7 p.m., even if we don't finish or not, but we'll probably end up going back into closed session at some point to finish. So I'm going to read what we're going to go into now, but we will be back at 7 p.m. We have the presentations from the schools and some other presentations to do as well before we go back. So closed session. Item 1, superintendent evaluation. 2, people personnel of expulsion cases STIP 52425 and STIP 72425. Conference on litigation, government code section 54956.9 subsection A, current litigation, 10 cases. CIVSB 2220303, 2314073, 2322171, 2412359, 2412687, 2321161. CIVVS 2400289, 2500223, 2402409, 2505026. Government Code Section 54954.5 subsection C and 54956.9 subsection D2. And E1, anticipated litigation, 1 case, 2024-2501. Item 4, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave, title certificated and classified employees. Item 5, public employee appointment, resignation, retirement, reduction, title certificated and classified employees. Item 6, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator, Jeremiah Harrison. B, employee organization, Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Item 7, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator, Christian Dupree, employee organization, California School Employees Association. 8, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator, Trinae Nelson, employee organization, unrepresentative. And finally, item 9, security matters, government code section 54957, consultation with Apple Valley Unified School District Chief of Police. Okay, so I can only speak for myself as the president. We are going to go into closed session, and I know there's the items 6 and 7 are on here. I'm going to push very hard that we come up with something to push forward. We have negotiations tomorrow and on the 12th. So we're not going to waste everybody's time with nothing. So I'm going to push for everybody not to waste time, and we will put something forward. You have my word. Thank you. Okay, so we just need a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Okay, who was that?
It was
Amanda?
It's Maria.
Maria, okay.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second, Maria. I mean Amanda. Everybody can vote electronically.
Yeah, I have a question, Mr. President.
I'm sorry?
I have a question.
Oh, okay, question.
So I'm concerned about voting not being viewable by the public. Is there any way we can get that changed?
Well, we can, but I read it out. I'll read out what the votes were, so it's on record. We've discussed that because it was kind of a flaw in the system that the public needs to know, so.
Yes, thank you.
Mhm. So far, I only have 3 votes out of 5 recorded. There's 4 out of 5. Oh, I didn't do it. Okay. Okay, so the motion to go into closed session passes unanimously, all five. Okay, we'll see you back at 7 p.m. sharp. We're good? Okay, we're back on the record here. I'm glad, sorry, we were 6 minutes late out, but could have been worse. But we'll get started here again. And we will be going back into closed session again, but we're going to go through some other things first so that people don't have to wait around. So with that, we'll do roll call again. Amanda Buchanan.
Present.
Maria Okpara.
I'm here.
Renee Longshore.
Here.
Anita Tucker.
Here.
I'm here as well. So Renee, can you lead us in the pledge, please? They're all up. Okay.
Ready to begin?
Yeah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item 4 with the regular meeting, and it's report student representatives. So we have High Desert Premier Academy, Angelica Torres Chavez, and Jason Johnston. You guys can come on up.
Oh, there you go. Good evening, President Raleigh, esteemed board members, Superintendent Nelson, Executive Cabinet, Apple Valley Unified staff, and educational partners. HDPA's Back to School Night was a huge success with numerous parents and families in attendance to connect with teachers and staff. The event also had a special visitor, board member Renee Longshore, who came to show her support for the school community. The night was a great opportunity for families to meet the new members of the HDPA team. The school welcomed Ms. Torres, our new counselor, who will be a wonderful resource for our students. Additionally, we are excited to have Ms. Boykins join the high school team, a familiar face to many. Ms. Boykins previously taught at the middle school and is now bringing her experience and passion to our high school students. It was a wonderful evening of connection and community, setting a positive tone for the school year ahead. We have had some additional resources to come this year to assist us through an organization called Young Visionaries. We are also having Ms. Chalet Young come into our building. Come in to build our skills on resumes, writing, and employment preparedness. Ms. Young is also a talented artist that has created an art piece for President Obama in the past. We have Mr. Gabriel Cannon to provide mentoring and positive decision-making skills. We also have Janaya Shahid coming in with the Love Program, which highlights the 7 virtues of a lady: faith, health, beauty, entrepreneurship, attitude, finance, and time. September is Attendance Awareness Month. I hope all schools are off to a great start. Also, congratulations to everyone who has perfect attendance so far. Another thing this month of September is Suicide Awareness Month. Please take the time to listen to your friends and guide them to professionals that can assist with their needs. Also, if you guys need needs, to go to professionals, we have counselors and so on. Remember, there's helpful information on the back of your ID cards. Lastly, I would like to introduce Jason Johnson, senior at HDPA, to share his summer experience in Sacramento with the American Legion.
Hi, I'm Jason Johnson. I'm someone who's always been passionate about creativity and always getting out of my comfort zone. I'm here to tell you about California Boys and Girls. Last summer, I had the incredible opportunity to attend California Boys and Girls State. This program brings together students from all over the state to learn about leadership, government, and the power of the community. At California Boys and Girls State, I didn't just learn how the government works, I also learned how people work. I met others who were different from me in so many ways, but who all shared a desire to make a difference. I was challenged to think critically, to speak up and to listen. And most importantly, I saw how even one's voice, when used with a purpose and heart, can help bring about a real change. At California Boys and Girls State, I came back more inspired, more confident, and more grateful. I am grateful for the opportunity to represent my school and my community, and for the support of the people who made this experience possible. Thank you for investing in students like me. It truly means more than you know.
I was here. Go, Jason.
I went to California Boys and Girls State, and it was truly an honor. I went there learning about the democratic system that we have in California, and it was just greatly like such a good opportunity to represent this district. I plead it back to Angelica.
In closing, I just want to say I'm glad to be back and I'm glad to see you guys again. And I'm looking forward to seeing all you guys next month.
Thank you, Angelica and Jason. We'll move on to Granite Hills High School. Jilly Rodriguez.
Hi. Good evening, board members, executive cabinet, and attendees. My name is Jilly. Hi. I am the GC president for Granite Hills High School. We have officially started our first month of school, and along with the regular back to school excitement, yay, we have a lot of activities to make the start of the year a great success. For our freshman class, we had 380 ninth graders attend freshman orientation hosted by our link crew. They played games, made new friends, were given a tour of the campus, and received their schedules. This event was a great way for our students to ease into high school and meet one of our 68 Link Crew leaders to teach them how to have Cougar pride. Link Crew followed up with this event with a freshman tailgate for our first home football game. All freshmen got into the game for free and enjoyed free food and games. Our seniors kicked off with the start of their final year of high school with Senior Sunrise. It was really fun, and there was a coffee cart there to purchase coffee, and everyone was taking pictures and having a blast. ASB hosted Club Rush at lunch with a great turnout for 75 clubs. For Art Club to Women's Empowerment, Unified Game Club to BSU, there's something for everyone to get involved in at Granite Hills High. Our CTE programs also sponsored a Skills USA membership drive, bringing in 1,046 Skills USA members, a new record for Granite Hill. Many of these clubs were also represented at our back to school night, which had a wonderful turnout for families and parents. Special thanks to the board members, Renee and Anita, for attending this event. It was a fun night with food trucks, student performances, and special information meeting for parents of seniors. For the month of September, campus life is shaping up to be just as busy and fun-filled as August, with ASB collaborating with several other departments to host different events. In collaboration with our Career Center for Military Appreciation, we are having a Spirit Day for All American Day. We are teaming up with counselors to promote Why Apply Day on September 19th, a national social media campaign to celebrate and encourage students to apply to college. For CTE, our MedCorps is hosting a blood drive on September 12th. Granite Hills Theater is hosting a karaoke night on September 19th, and ASB is planning for homecoming on October 3rd. We already had nominations for homecoming courts and are excited for this event. Also, we have been planning for our Powder Puff game on October 10th. Athletics has been good. Our football team delivered an incredible performance in their home opener, dominating Sultana High School with a final score of 63-21. It was a true masterclass, and we had to give a huge shout out to Amir Sneed for his unbelievable start to his senior year. He was an absolute force on the field, contributing to an outstanding 7 touchdowns. The energy in the stadium was electric, and it's clear this team is something special. Let's keep this momentum going. This Friday, the Cougars are on the road to take on Kaiser High School. After a tough preseason schedule for volleyball, our young and athletic team is really starting to find its rhythm just in time for league play. They proved their grit with an incredible road victory against Rim of the World, taking the match 3-2 in a nail-biting back and forth fifth set. They're riding that momentum and hoping to keep the winning streak alive on the road tonight against Hillcrest High School in Riverside. Our cross-country team are heading off and running, and what a start it's been. At their first invite of the season, our athletes truly shined with achieving new personal record. A huge congratulations to the boys team, who were led by junior standout Troy Yutter. Okay, thanks. Oh, finishing an incredible fourth place in his race. The momentum is building, and our teams are geared up for their first Desert Sky League Cluster of the Year at Silverado High School. Both programs are ready to defend their titles, with the boys team aiming for their fourth consecutive league championship and the girls team gunning for their third. Our girls tennis team is hitting their stride. They've been facing a challenging pregame schedule, but every match has an opportunity to grow stronger. With an incredible 30 student athletes on the team, that's not just a group of players, they're a powerhouse building momentum together. As they get ready for Desert Sky League play later this month, their hard work and dedication are really starting to pay off. We can't wait to see them dominate the court and continue their hot streak. The girls' golf team is officially underway, and we can't be more excited for them. They've been working incredibly hard on the course, battling the elements, and their dedication is paying off with scores dropping every single day. This team of 13 student athletes is putting in the effort and getting better with each practice. Their first match is next week against Hesperia Christian. Let's wish them the best of luck as they kick off their season. Cheers. Oh, yay, cheer. We want to send a huge shout out to our incredible Granite Hills cheer squad. These athletes have been the heart and soul of our campus, bringing an amazing amount of energy and spirit to every event. They've been putting in the work and showing off their amazing dance routines and performances at football games, back to school night, freshman orientation, and so much more. Their dedication to growing our campus culture is so inspiring, and we are so proud of everything they've accomplished. Thank you, cheerleaders, for all that you do. As always, we thank you for your continued support of Granite Hills High School, and I look forward to see all of you again next month. Maroon and gray lead the way.
Good job, Julie. So up next, Apple Valley High. Effie, where you at?
Sorry, I'm tall. Okay. All right. Hello and good morning. No, good evening, Superintendent Nelson, President Raleigh, members of the board, and attendees. My name is Effie Avila, and I am the ASB line president at Apple Valley High School. I am so grateful and honored to be here speaking with you all at these meetings this school year. I've had the privilege of serving as class president for the last 3 years, and now I get to finish my time at AVHS as ASB president. It's an honor to serve my school in this way, and it's something I will never take for granted. With that being said, let's get into some Sun Devil news. We started this school year with a huge milestone for the class of 2029, freshman orientation on August 6th. Our newest Sun Devils met teachers, toured classrooms, and got a taste of all the exciting opportunities waiting for them at Apple. Then came the first day of school, an unforgettable one. Students picked up their schedules and went straight into learning at 6:54 a.m., which can explain the amount of iced coffee and energy drinks. Just last week, parking spots went on sale for students and staff, and it quickly became clear that some spots are considered prime real estate at Apple Valley High School. Seriously, you'd think these teachers were buying Super Bowl tickets instead of a spot in the parking lot. But for us seniors, this year is extra special. We kicked things off with Senior Sunrise, complete with donuts, a coffee truck, and a Volkswagen-turned photo booth. It was the perfect way to celebrate the start of our last year together. As seniors, this year is full of firsts and lasts, our first pep rallies, our last prom, and the chance to really lead by example. Graduation will be here before we know it, and every day reminds us why being a Sun Devil is so special. The people, the memories, and the pride. And what better way to celebrate that spirit than at our first home football game of the season? Just a few days later, school spirit was on full display for Thursday Night Lights on August 21st. The theme was USA Community Night, and it came with a Sun Devil victory 20-6 against Orange Vista High. Yeah. Tomorrow night, the team takes on Arizona for week 2. We're wishing them luck and some good air conditioning on that bus because Arizona heat is no joke. Sports have been off to a great start across the board. Girls tennis opened their season with a 15-3 win over Atalanto. The next day, girls volleyball beat Granite Hills High School, and cross country had their first winning meet as well. Let's just say it would really suck to not be a Sun Devil right about now. But at AVHS, it's not just about athletics, it's about involvement. One of the best ways students can make the most of their 4 years is by joining clubs. Last week, we held our annual club rush at lunch and our club fair during back to school night. Families and students explored everything from Key Club and Letters of Love to new additions like a reading club, AVHS Page Turners. And yes, believe it or not, some kids still read. In the world of CTE, things are just as exciting. Yesterday, our Camp Academy hosted its second annual Camp Olympics. Over 200 campers competed in dodgeball, water balloon tosses, and even musical chairs. The sun was hot, but the energy was even hotter. Looking ahead, ASB is preparing to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th. This tradition has become a student favorite with teacher spotlights, cultural crafts, and food trucks serving authentic Mexican cuisine. It's a time where we celebrate diversity and unity on campus, and it's something our Sun Devils really cherish. Our senior class is also gearing up for the annual Powder Puff game, where the girls take the field and the boys cheer them on. We've already had our first meeting, and practices are starting soon. We can't wait to see our ladies bring that Sun Devil spirit to the field. And now for the big one, Bell Week. Next week, our varsity team takes on Victor Valley High School in the biggest rivalry game of the year. To get students hyped, we'll have a Dunkin' Donuts food truck on campus offering AVHS students exclusive drinks, a junior class fundraiser where you can throw orange water balloons at our very own teachers, and even a scavenger hunt for, well, I know this is a serious meeting, but I have to say a bad word, jackrabbits. Yeah. Our Bell Week bonfire will be Thursday, September 11th, featuring food, entertainment, and the symbolic bunnies burning in a safe school-appropriate way, of course. Finally, the main event, the Bell Game. We invite you all to Newton T-Bass Stadium next Friday at 7 p.m. to watch AVHS defend our title for our 14th win in a row. It's been such a joy to share everything happening at Apple Valley High School, and none of it would be possible without your continued support, and we truly appreciate all you do for our student body. I look forward to strengthening the connection between staff and students throughout the year, and I can't wait to be back next month bragging about how we're the high school. Thank you for your time, and remember, Sun Devil pride is contagious.
Good job, Effie. You put the Sun Devils on the map there. Yeah, good job. Thanks to all the students. So we have a heavy agenda with closed session items, and so I'm going to, we can dismiss the students tonight. You guys can go ahead and head on home. Okay, you want to stay for which one? Okay, yeah. So basically, we recognize we have two guests and asked to be here this evening, a recognition and presentation in an effort to continue board business and honor the time and our guest presenter's recognition. I would like to make a motion to amend the order of the agenda items this time.
So moved.
Well, let me read it.
Oh, sorry. I know what it.
I put this, or me and Kylie put this together. So to move and consider items at your request. C8, adoption of the agenda at this time with the following amendments to the order of the agenda item follows. Item C7, closed session reports, followed by item recognition, outstanding representation of district core values, followed by item presentation by Academy for academic excellence, followed by closed session continuance. So now we can have a motion.
Okay.
Make the motion.
Sorry, I knew. Yeah.
It's okay.
So moved.
Have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, so we need to vote on this. Okay.
On the agenda.
Go ahead, Amanda. Roll call
Aye.
vote. Aye.
Aye.
Renee.
Aye.
Anita.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. So it's 5-0 there with a motion from Amanda and a second from,
Maria.
okay,
Yours truly.
okay, Maria. Okay. All right. Yeah, you want to read out the closed session report?
All right. I'm excited.
We have more to go, though.
I know. On a motion by Maria Akpara, seconded by Anita Tucker, the Board of Trustees approved the following. Appoint Sarah Kennedy Garcia as Alternative Education Principal, High Desert Premier Academy and Apple Valley Virtual Academy
Range 14, column 1 on the certificated management salary schedule, 210 base duty days effective October 16th, 2025.
There she is.
Good job, but Earl just told me he's not retiring after all. Yeah, he's ready. Okay. So, okay, with that, we'll go on to outstanding representation of district core values, and that will be Superintendent Nelson.
Thank you. I'll have the board join me in a few minutes, but you can sit while I read about the nomination. I do want to comment, Angelica got really excited. You couldn't see her, but she was cheering up here when they did the readout. So good job, Angelica. It's good continuance. I would like to invite Chief Buddy Pratt to come up to the podium with me for a few minutes. I'm going to see how embarrassed I can make him by standing here, but we started this last year about the different values that the district has, and we put out to the entire district staff to nominate people for a recognition. And so we're thrilled tonight to be recognizing Chief Buddy Pratt and the Apple Valley Fire District, because while he's here representing them, this is really about all of the people that he supports and brings to us and shares with us. So I'm going to read the nomination. I would like to recognize Apple Valley Fire District for consistently demonstrating the core values of service within our community. For years, they have been an invaluable partner to our massed pathway at Apple Valley High School, giving generously of their time and expertise to support our students' success. The Fire District has gone above and beyond by conducting student assessments. I'm always there for those, and they're really cool. Guest speaking in classrooms, bringing the fire engine on campus, and participating in college and career fairs. They also dedicate time to community events such as the Science Egg Drop, and they provide essential career readiness support, helping students with resume building, interview skills, and preparation for public service and medical careers. Their involvement extends into the CTE programs, beyond their CTE programs, where their guidance helps students see firsthand the dedication and professionalism required in the field. The Fire District's friendly, approachable, and consistent presence has helped inspire countless students to pursue futures in public service. We are so grateful for their continued commitment and partnership. Their actions reflect not only service, but also community, as they work hand in hand with our school to prepare students for meaningful, life-changing careers. And while they do that, that was the nomination, it isn't just Apple Valley High School. They are found on all of our campuses, supporting our students. There is never a huge wait time when there's an emergency on our campuses. And for that, we know that that is not true in all communities. And so I stand here tonight thrilled to be presenting the first award from our values to a community member and a community service organization as the Apple Valley Fire District. I do plan to come to your board meeting on the 15th to pull a public comment card and to share the fact that we did this recognition tonight, because really everybody should be standing here because I know they're on duty, but we appreciate you here tonight too, buddy. Thank you. And if you want to say something. I am going to turn the mic over to Buddy and then have the board members come up so we can get a photo at the end. But I do want to say that at the beginning of this school year, we also had 29 students from our school district participate in a firefighter prerequisite training. These aspiring firefighters had the ability to earn 3 of 4 certificates needed to enter the fire academy. There was an 86% pass rate, which is notable. And we're looking forward to growing our own. And it wouldn't be without the dedication of the fire district realizing that we can grow our own within the Apple Valley community without this happening. And I know Lisa Lamb with AAE is here nodding because the partnership goes beyond Apple Valley Unified School District. They support everybody, and we just really appreciate it. So, buddy, I'm going to give it to you.
Well, good evening, and thank you, Trinae, for those nice words. And we thank you for the acknowledgement tonight. But really, the fire district celebrates this collaboration between us and the school district. Like you stated, I came up here to share some of our student success because I believe that's what we're all here about. And we're real happy because we benefit from this just like you guys. So we have over 8 students that are currently in the Victor Valley Fire Academy. We have over 20 Apple Valley Unified School District graduates that have completed the Fire Academy. We have over 10 graduates hired as career firefighters. We have over 10 graduates working as EMTs in our community. We have 27 students in the nursing program, and we have 5 students in the medical school. And that's just within the last 3 years that we've been counting. These outcomes show how the collaboration between us can create life-changing career pathways into the fire service, the healthcare, and as first responders. As Ms. Trinae said a couple of weeks ago, we opened up the Victor Valley College prerequisites to the school district, and within 24 hours, we had 70 students sign up. We had to cap it at 30 because we didn't realize it was going to be that successful. So tonight, we just want to celebrate and continue this support and collaboration between the district and the school district. So we have continued to create career pathways and keep our kids in Apple Valley and in the high desert. So thank you again tonight to all the staff that's involved at the high schools, the elementary schools, the junior highs, you name it. But most importantly, I want to thank Superintendent Trinae Nelson, who years ago we collaborated and we wanted to create a cradle to career pathway is what we refer to it. So we could capture our youth and keep them here in Apple Valley. Our fire district has over 75% of our employment has gone through some portion of Apple Valley Unified School District. And even more importantly, 75% of our employees live in the community. So those kids are coming back to you guys. They're teaching Little League, they're being spiritual leaders in the community, and they're giving back, which is what our community is all about. So thank you to the board for the continued support, and thank you, Trinae. Appreciate it.
Thanks for not telling us that many people.
Buddy, I walked away, man. I left you hanging.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Salmon upstream.
Okay, we have one more. We have a presentation by the Academy for Academic Excellence. So, Trinae, are you going to? Pat? Oh, okay.
Now the students can go. If you want to.
If the students want to go finish their homework, you guys can leave.
Run now.
All right. You guys want to stay for AAE's presentation? Yeah. Yes. Go ahead. Stay. All right. Perfect. Sure. It doesn't matter.
Quick introduction, and then
As requested from the board a while ago, this is going to be a series of updates as we work our way toward charter renewal, not till 2028. But Lisa Lamb and her team are here to present on some data as requested. And so they're going to go through a series of slides, share some information. They've got a full team here. And so I'll just kind of let them take it away, and she can do introductions if she feels, for those who you want to introduce. So welcome her.
Yes. All right. We are going to try to be brief. We know that you have a heavy agenda, so I won't do introductions of our entire team. We are one community, so I think many of us know each other already, gone to high school and other things. So we're just going to go ahead and just jump right in to give you an overview of the Academy for Academic Excellence, which is one of 2 Lewis Center schools. We've been in operation here in the community of Apple Valley for almost 30 years. So tonight we want to talk a little bit, just give you an overview of our school program, because it has been a number of years since we were before the board. And I know that there's been a change on the board since the last time that we were here. So want to talk about our school, want to give some current data and demographics, talk a little bit about our student population balance and some efforts that we're making to ensure that we are in line with the community in which we serve. And then of course, end with some celebrations. There's so many good celebrations happening in our schools across Apple Valley. We want to tonight add AAE to the mix. All right, so let's talk about AAE. So AAE is a TK-12 school. I think most folks know that. We're about 1,500 students in total. What makes AAE such a special school is that we have a really family-like atmosphere, because we keep our kids for 13 to 14 years. Many of them stay with us their whole time. We're really able to have that culture of being a family, very safe campus with high expectations for behavior and academics. We are a STEM-focused program beginning in TK and all the way through high school, and we have many nationally recognized and award-winning programs. So our mission at AAE is to prepare our students for post-secondary success through a relevant, rigorous college preparatory education. So what does that look like? So we are blessed at the Lewis Center to be world leaders in STEM education and research. Our programs and practices are cited in hundreds of peer-reviewed journal articles, all the way from the beginning of our inception as the Lewis Center to current day. So we are able to continually participate in active research and apply those best practices into our schools and to schools across the world. We do have CTE programs, not as many as the district does, but we are growing and we're converting some of our programs into CTE pathways. So a couple that have been really longstanding at our school are our junior ROTC. A few years ago, we were the only school in California to convert our Air Force Junior ROTC to Space Force. There were only 10 units out of all 900 units in the Air Force Junior ROTC program who were asked to stand up Space Force units. One thing that I think is a really crown jewel for the town of Apple Valley is that AAE was the only one chosen that is not adjacent to a Space Force base. And the reason why we were selected is because we have a very long and deep partnership with NASA, which we're going to talk a bit about in moving forward. But our Space Force Junior ROTC is also the only charter school across the world to have one, right? And the only one in California. So that's super exciting. We're also ranked #1 out of all 900 units in the Space Force and Air Force ROTC program. We have a robust computer science program, as well as video production. We've offered video production from the beginning of our school, but have converted over to CTE and are doing, really have a strong STEM focus and are doing great things. In fact, one of our alumni is now leading that program. So we're really excited to see that. Just like Buddy was talking about, keeping our folks in our community, it's a big boon for us. We do more though than just academics and STEM. We have a very robust visual performing arts program beginning in elementary, middle school, and high school. Everything from our award-winning band to we have strings, choir, guitar, art, dance, all of those. And in athletics, we're very proud of our athletics too. Every once in a while, we get to play you guys. But we're probably most proud, not only of the wins that we bring home, because we certainly do bring home several of those, but we've been continually named by CIF as champions of character. And for us, that's really what matters. I know it is for you as well. So try to make everybody in our community proud through our athletics program. We have rigorous and proven academic programs at AAE. Some notable programs would be our elementary enrichment. This is really where we're able to push down some of our STEM programs, coding, space science, that kind of thing, as early as kindergarten. We also have our Mineral City, which is, I think some of you may have visited it over, and some of you guys might have brought your students or attended as students. We host field trips there for schools all over California, of course, our own here in town, but also all across Southern California, to do hands-on learning in that pioneer town. It's all curriculum-based. We have a lot of STEM connections, whatnot. Also dual enrollment, and then other CTE and AP courses. I think one of the things that makes AAE stand out more than anything is just our very, very strong student engagement. So I said we had 1,500 students. We have 22 cleared parent volunteers. So clearly that's, parents, community members, grandparents. There are many ways at AAE that we want to keep our parents and our communities participants engaged with us. So we have monthly forums. We have our Family Voices series that informs our LCAP development. And then, of course, similar things like the district has with our school site council, ELAC, and parent-teacher committee. We also have a lot of community events or family events. Fall Festival will be coming up in October. It's a big hit. If you've never attended AAE's Fall Festival, it's amazing. Next week, we'll be having our 9/11 ceremony. I want to thank Buddy again for his department's involvement in that. All of the first responders we try to honor each year in that ceremony. We have a lot of partnerships at the Lewis Center, the foundational of which is our partnership with JPL and NASA. And I think that it's important for the board to know that it's not just that we do NASA stuff at the Lewis Center. In fact, the Lewis Center is written into JPL's prime contract with NASA headquarters. So that's a really significant deal. And we're doing real work with our students and students all across the world on that research. So we do a lot of work at Apple Valley Center for Innovation, where we're building in those contacts, bringing in those folks to benefit all of our kids, right? So they are all our kids. We also, because of that partnership, have developed other partnerships around the world. So some of our global partnerships of note are a very long partnership with Chile. We just hosted a delegation of 11 students from Chile just last week. So they were at both of our schools engaging. We hosted at AAE. Of course, we had to bring in and out. We played all kinds of American games. It is both a Spanish and a science immersion program with our students. So that is just always a highlight. We also helped the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools launch their Global Connections Department. They came to us because we have a lot of history in having global connections. And so for the last several years, AAE has been participating in a Taiwanese friendship program. And so we have a sister school, Nanxi Primary School in Tai'an, Taiwan, and that's really exciting for our kids. And then, of course, Apple Valley Center for Innovation. We're very grateful to Pat and Trinae and the board for your continued support of Apple Valley Center for Innovation. I think it's truly unique what we do there. I don't know any other community that comes together like ours does, where all kids are the ones that we want to serve. All teachers we want to provide professional development for. It's something really special. We also rehabilitate 2 endangered species on our campus. We have the Mojave tui chub, which is a fish that's indigenous to the Mojave River, which runs right through our campus. It only exists in 9 places in the world, and it's rehabilitated right here in Apple Valley, as well as the High Desert Tortoise Club. We work with them to, we have a tortoise adoption center, and then many others. So you might think that AAE, there's sometimes a perception that AAE only exists for high-performing students. Our enrollment is blind. We serve all students and are very proud of that. So we offer all tiers of academic supports for when students need them. So everything from homeroom support to tier 2 support through our nights lab, and then of course special education. I think something to note is that there are 22 schools last year who were recognized, charter schools, who were recognized for excellence in special education. Both Lewis Center schools were named out of 2 out of 22. So AAE has received that award every time that it's been offered. And we're really proud of the work that we do there. Also, we have a lot of social, emotional, and behavioral supports for our students who need them. Some notable things there is we have a full-time academic counselor, a social emotional counselor, as well as a bilingual school psychologist. and a bilingual director as well. So let's talk about student population balance. So that's something that we've really worked on as a charter school. So one thing for AAE is it's a great thing, but it's also sometimes a little bit hard to shift. So we have probably, I think, the longest waiting list of any charter school in the state of California. So that's great for us. But it also means that as we shift our lottery practices and things take a little while to show. So the last time we renewed our charter, we renewed so that families couldn't sign up for AAE until they had school-age children. And so that was one thing that we took. We also, since our last charter renewal, hired a bilingual public information officer. And with her guidance, we've really worked to be very intentional about our recruitment. Again, though, it's a little bit hard to have really big recruitment and then say, we really want you to come on the waiting list, but you're going to wait, 7, 8 years to get in. So there's that. But we have targeted to certain lower socioeconomic areas of our community and communities across the high desert, because AAE doesn't only serve students from Apple Valley, but all across. We serve up to 18 school districts. And so just really making an effort to reach out, to be very intentional in all of our branding and marketing, that we're very inclusive. We are very active in community organizations like the High Desert Chamber of Commerce and the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. We offer hundreds of tours every year to our campus. And we have also really had an increased focus on increasing the diversity of our board and our staff since our last charter renewal. So another thing that, as far as recruitment goes, we want to track how students or families are hearing about us. So here are some data, our most recent data about how our families learned about us. We use this data to help inform our recruitment efforts to continue to strike that balance for demographics. So Mr. Richards, our principal, amazing principal, is going to talk a little bit about some of our demographics. And he is an Apple Valley High grad.
Thank you, Dr. Lamb. We wanted to go, I got the job, I got the task of giving you lots of data. I'll try to make that as entertaining as I possibly can. This is a 5-year enrollment data platform that we're trying to show it's been consistent throughout the years. There has been an increase, a slight increase in population of our Hispanic or Latino student body, and a decrease in our white population. But for the most part, our data for the last 5 years has remained somewhat consistent. We also have enrollment by subgroup of English language learners and foster. Again, a lot of this data has remained consistent all the way through. Our socioeconomics, the disadvantaged students are somewhere in that range of 40%. And all the other data points for the last 5 years have remained somewhat consistent. We wouldn't, without the data, we have to do the California dashboard. We wanted to give you a little bit of insight as to who we are. We're focused on a few of these data points. The suspension rate. First of all, I wanted to talk about our dashboard comparison to all of California and to San Bernardino County. And you can see with our English language arts test scores, we have 56 point, I believe, 12, thank you. Percent of our students that have met the standard or exceeded the standard in ELA, and we're at 41.05% in mathematics. Both of those achieving higher than the state of California and the county of San Bernardino. Our academic, in science, we were at 45.7%, which again far exceeds California or the county of San Bernardino. And at the very end, our graduation rates are near 100% every single year. We get about 98%, 97%. And sometimes we get dinged because we have juniors that graduate early. They will graduate high school as juniors. The English language proficiency is the LP is an indicator that we're really focused on. And I'm going to skip to, nope, I won't. The LP is the English language progress, and we had hit the orange, and that becomes a focal point for us. We've implemented a lot of different strategies in order to help this population. We've designated ELD supports for our secondary team. We've hired on an ELD paraprofessional to support our elementary students. We've been doing professional development with CABE. We've added the ELAC to our school site council, so we have a focus, we have accountability, we have discussions about how we're implementing strategies to help our English language learners. And we've adopted ELD curriculum within our secondary students within their homeroom. Oh, it goes down. There we go. I did. As far as our ELA and math achievement, we are in green in both of those areas. Like I said before, we are achieving great results there. Our students are held to a high caliber, a high standard. And it does show. It shows within our scores and within the dashboard. Our suspension rate was very low this year. It was at 1.8 suspended, where the average is somewhere between 3 and 5 when you look at San Bernardino County and the state of California. We've done a lot of different things to address this. We want to be proactive when we talk about suspension. When students are suspended from school, they lose those academic learning opportunities. So we've added academic learning centers and an opportunity to reteach and help students that have done something where their behavior was off par, and we wanted to give them insight where they get discussion with our counselors, with our administrative team. We've added an SEL counselor who does proactive steps, meeting with our creating assemblies, but also meeting within our homerooms to talk to kids and get them insight and skills to make the best decisions as far as their behavior. We incorporate capturing kids' hearts training. It is a PD that we are working to get every single one of our staff members trained up in. It is a way to develop relationships with our students, gain their insight, get their interest, get them working with our teachers and developing those relationships. We've also set up a SEL curriculum all the way throughout TK through 12. And we do check-in, check-outs with our students that need that additional support. Wanted to talk just a wee bit about our celebrations, some of the things that make us make us stand out. I know Dr. Lamb's already talked about our Space Force. Our Space Force Junior ROTC program, I got to brag on them a little bit. There's 164 students that are participating in that program, and we only have about 480 high school students. So a third of our students are engaged in this leadership opportunity where they're learning, and it is they earn the Distinguished Unit with Merit Award and the Silver Star Award every year that they have offered that award. And we like to talk about Colonel Armstrong. He's an icon on our campus. He wins every year the Worldwide Instructor of the Year, along with Master Sergeant Padua. And Dr. Lemon also talked about us being recognized the National Association of Special Education Award for the 5 consecutive years. I talked to you a wee bit about our graduation rates. U.S. News World and News Report has rated us the best high school and best charter school in those categories since 2007. Dr. Lamb also talked about the long waiting list. It's a little bit, but our waiting list exceeds the number of students that we currently have at capacity at our school. There are 1,500 students approximately and enrolled in our campus, and we are over 1,900 people on our waiting list. We are WASC accredited, and we continually work to improve and update our facilities so we can meet the needs of our students. Our goal tonight was just to give you an insight, just a little indicator of what goes on our campus. We're pretty proud, I think you can tell. But we open up to you guys. If you guys have any questions for us, anything that you would like to know in addition to that, we'd love to talk about it.
Anybody have any questions for Lisa? Or? I have to make a note that I see that the county's doing some flood control, and I knew that was Rick Piercy's big. He used to tell me all the time when I was would meet with him that I hope the county will do something with this flood control. Now
we were just talking about we need to do a ribbon cutting or something. It's been 25 years in the making. Yeah.
Well,
we were just talking to
it's too bad
Supervisor
Rick
Cook's
wasn't here to see
office.
it because it was his project.
It absolutely was. Yeah, it's exciting to see.
Well, thank you so much for the
Thank you.
presentation. Oh, we have a question, Maria. I'm sorry.
Okay, want to start with yours? I do have quite a few comments and questions. As you alluded, we are supposed to give you the accreditation to move it forward, right? Charter, continue your charter.
Charter
right?
renewal, yeah, our term is up in 28.
Well, when I was looking at our record, it showed that the charter was supposed to be renewed in 2025, and it says that you had a waiver. So the question question that I have is, who gave that waiver, considering the fact that we approve it? So whoever gave the waiver was not this board, was it?
Correct. It was the state of California. So all charter renewals were extended across the state. It was during the pandemic.
Okay. So the next question is, it shows that your enrollment for African American students have not moved up at all. I noticed that when I came to your graduation ceremony, and it just seemed like there were very few, if not even one or two African American students who graduate from your program or who go through your program. How intentional are you to make sure that you balance out the number of African American students and Hispanic students who are enrolled at your school, instead of going through your quota system? Because your quota system is basically saying that if you know you're going to be pregnant, you come in and sign up and wait. And that eliminates those families, the African American family that you're trying to do, to be able to show that there is a balance in terms of the equity in the community. So you have a large enough African American parents who want to come to your school, but they don't have the opportunity to be able to get in. So your numbers continue to show 2.9, 2.5, and the other number continues to show 40%, 45%. And I'm curious about why you have not made a conscientious effort to balance those numbers.
It's an excellent question, and it's a continuing challenge for us. So there's a couple of things. It is no longer true that somebody can get pregnant and then sign up their child for our waiting list. So now they have to be school age. So that was one change that we made. Another thing, though, I think that's really important for the board, there are laws, charter laws, that dictate how a lottery works. So we can't give preference for our lottery has to be blind. So we can't give any kind of preference for an ethnicity or a certain subgroup or even an area, a demographic, anything like that. It has to be totally blind. And then once students are enrolled, then we serve them, right? So whether they're special education or what have you, or any different ethnicity. So that does make it difficult for us to balance. It's something that we've been talking about for a lot of years. Like, what can we do? Knowing that that's the system in which we work in, right? So the charter law says, yes, you have to have racial or student population balance, but also you have to be completely blind in your enrollment process. We can't ask anything. We can't give any preference. So some things that we have done are reach out more to the community. So if I can go back to this slide, we have intentionally reached out to specific communities. We've targeted mailing. I have met with community leaders. We have increased the diversity of our board so that more members of our community are aware, so that they can sign up. They know that they don't have to sign up at birth. We have really worked some of the community feedback. I've done like some small focus groups with different leaders across the community. And they've given feedback. Some of the feedback here was that, like, when you looked before, you would look at our branding or our website, and it was pretty one color, right? And so we've really tried to be more inclusive and very intentional so that everybody sees themselves. We also have been really, we can, when we hire people or when we recruit for our board, be more intentional. Those decisions are not blind, right? And so really trying to reflect more about who's on our campus, so that everybody knows that AAE is for everybody. So it is difficult, though, with such a long waiting list. I think some of those changes are going to take some time. We have disaggregated all of our data by grade level to see if we're seeing differences, like in our primary grades. And unfortunately, we're not seeing as much. What Mr. Richards was saying, it hasn't changed as much as we had hoped. So we just need to continue to focus and target our recruitment, I think.
Well, as you do know, the board, every board has the voice in terms of how things should run. So the state gives us the blueprint, and the board makes a decision based on what part of that blueprint that we're going to follow. So if your board has made a decision that you are still going to stay on your lottery system, and excludes so many people, then that board is missing the mark in terms of what does the community need? And the community needs an education that you're providing, and these families need to come to that environment that you're providing. So to just stay behind the umbrella and say this is what the state says, the board is still there. The board is going to have to make the decision in terms of, we understand what the state is saying, but you no longer represent the community that you're servicing. So the community says, we need to have a balance in terms of the student body that you have in place. It is very important for me as a person sitting here about to authorize your charter at some point to pay attention to those numbers, because that number is key for me. So it's very important that I begin to see students that can see themselves in that environment and not just, we shut the door, they can't come. But that's just one part of my question. The next question that I have is on sports. And you have students who participate in sports. And sometimes they participate in sports that are CIF type sports, or they participate in sports that is to represent your school. What accommodations are in place for those students in the event that they have to go out for a sports event? Are your teachers all aware of the fact that those students have to get the work to go before they go, or are the teachers insisting that they get the work done and no accommodations? I ask that question because I do have a granddaughter that goes to that school, and you probably have known that. And there was no accommodation made for her. And I'm a little bit irritated that accommodation was not made for her to go to her sports and still be able to come back and service the school. So that's important. I want to be sure that we are all having this conversation in open forum so that we are aware of the fact that there's somebody that doesn't look like me who happens to be my granddaughter in that school and paying attention.
Okay, can I answer your first question first? So about the lottery process. So yes, that is correct. But our board falls in line with California charter law and ed codes. So I don't believe that our board has discretion to go outside of legal lottery process. So there's that. And then as far as,
As far as sporting events are concerned, those are excused absences. That is a sporting event, that is school business. They are able to make up any assignment that they miss on that day that they're out. They are given all the accommodations to make up any assignment that they miss while they are gone from for any school activity or any excused absence for that matter.
I hope you guys are noting it. Thank you.
Okay, yes, I have just a couple questions. I'm new to the board, so of course I don't have the history that other board members have, but I did have a chance to just look at the charter and review their guidance with the charter under AVUSD. So I just had a couple questions regarding that. Back when the charter was renewed, they talked about there being a concern of a low enrollment of your ELL and SPED students. I noticed that there were no specific strategies for achieving the balance for ELL and SPED that the board noted last time. And from 2015 to 2020, they noted that it went up 0.5, and ELL went up 0.5 and SPED only went up 1.36. So they expressed concern over that. And I was just kind of listening to the idea of enrollment and trying to achieve the balance to address those concerns. I think maybe an area you might want to consider is the retention, because it's not just bringing students with diversity to your campus, but keeping them there and making them graduate or be able to feel supported enough to stay on campus. So what I'd be interested in is the retention rate, specifically as Trustee Akpara said, our African-American community is of concern ELL and SPED. Do you have any data on that as far as
We're pulling it up
retention?
right now. Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's the same challenge, right? Because the enrollment and the lottery are blind, it's the same challenge across all subgroups and demographics. When California designed the charter school law in 1992, there are conflicting pieces of that law. And so it does make it difficult to intentionally balance in certain areas where we are not reflective of the community. So it is a challenge. We're pulling up the data right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Oh, and of course, I don't have my reading glasses, but Chet will let me borrow his, and they're going to look really great. Okay. All right. So we did pull out. This was encouraging data, so I'm actually glad you asked it. So out of our 1,489 students enrolled last year on Census Day, okay, so let's see. Ricky, come up here and help me with this data. Look, he sent it to me. Ricky's let's give it up to Ricky, our data guru. Yes.
So we had out of about 1,489 students that were enrolled for both the years and these last 2 years, we had about 1,267 that stayed at our school in our retention rates. So that percentage, I don't have that percentage on me in there, but it's near the high 90, here the 85.1%. So our retention rate's been there. We've even tracking, she even mentioned we have Parsec that's been helping us to be able to watch and see how even certain demographics are going through. So we can even track on how certain ethnicities or even certain subgroups are able to continue with us in retention on those there too. And so we've seen pockets of where certain ethnicities have stuck with us year after year. Yep, in a cohort all the way through from 3rd grade all the way to 12th grade.
Okay. Yeah. So that would be the data.
And I
would
can
be
get
most
those
interested
exact
in.
numbers, but African American was very high. We were really encouraged by that data. So I'll make sure to send those over to Superintendent Nelson and she can share them with the board.
Wonderful. Thank you so
Mhm.
much.
Thank you.
for
And
your
special ed as well.
presentation.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to say thank you so much for all of you coming out tonight. It was me. I requested it because we had attended the annual education conference by CSBA in December, and they had a session on charter schools. If your district does have any that they have authorized the charter renewal for. So, and one of the things they had suggested, which is kind of getting a update here and there.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for
coming.
inviting us out. We are very proud members of this community. We feel very fortunate for the partnership that we have with the district. Hopefully at one of those next conferences, we can get an award for Apple Valley Center for Innovation, because I think what we're doing there is truly innovative and very special. And I would love to see it recognized. So thank you all. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Em.
Oh, yeah. Now you'll be able to. And
Thanks, Lisa.
In 2028.
We're going to reread.
I gotta read it all.
No, just keep the personnel.
We're started, so,
Want me to circle it? So in
yeah,
2028,
I don't feel like reading them all. I'm really tired.
Yes. That'll be. Okay, well, I was there. Oh, Fran.
Oh, okay. So that's right. I'm gonna have to read that one too, just in case, because I don't know if Justin knows that.
Okay.
So just this way.
2, 3, 4, and 5, and 9. Okay. Okay, we'll continue on here because we have a lot more to cover. So we did have a motion and a second and unanimous to move back into closed session. We have the following items to go over. And it's item 2, pupil personnel of expulsion. Oh, I gotta get my glasses. I know, I gotta get my glasses. No, I'm good.
Revocation of an.
It's only 8 o'clock too. Okay. So STIP 52425 and STIP 72425. Item 3, Conference 1 litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9A, current litigation 10 cases. CIVSB 2220303, 2314073, 2322171, 2412359, 2412687, 2321161. CIVVS 2400289, 2500223, 2402409, 2505626. Government Code Section 5495.5 subsection C, 54956.9 subsection D2. And E1, anticipated litigation, 1 case. Item 4, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave, titled certificated and classified employees. Item 5, public employee appointment, resignation, retirement, reduction, titled certificated and classified employees. And finally, 9, security matters, Government Code Section 54957 with Apple Valley Unified School District Chief of Police. So we're going to go back into closed session, and I'm not sure how long we'll be back there, but we will be back out to finish the rest of the meeting. We have a lot more to cover. I know that we do have a bylaw that we don't go past 10:30, but if we have to tonight, we will go till we get it all done. For closed session, go ahead. You already spoke to closed session. We amended the agenda so that we could move forward. So,
Okay, can I make a motion to amend the agenda again?
To what?
So that we do not go to closed session right now, but we allow it to progress and respect the time of our educators and our classified staff here with us tonight.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
I second.
We're just trying to move things along here so that we're not in closed session at midnight.
My motion is on the table. It has received a second. Can we get a vote?
I'll second that.
Okay, so wait, hang on. We have to, okay. So hang on, guys, hang on. I know it's all getting late. In fact, we did finish the negotiations in the back, so we don't have to discuss that anymore. So that was a good thing.
Okay, my motion is still on the table. We have a second. Can we have a vote?
Sure. Let's do a roll call.
I just want to make sure, so I have it for the record correct. Your motion is to move which item in front of which item. So I just want to make sure we have the numbering down correct.
I would like to move closed session to last so we can handle the rest of the things that concern the people in this room before the board returns to closed session.
So we need to amend.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do this since we had a motion to change the agenda earlier from, we'll go ahead and make a motion to rescind that motion. That's what we need to do first, Renee, is rescind that original motion.
We would need to
Rescind the motion.
rescind the motion where we move to consider item C8, the adoption of the agenda, which was after section C4, where we then moved item C7, D1, E1, followed by item L. We would amend that to remove item L at that time.
Okay. So we had that on the table. Go ahead and we'll need a motion to approve that. So,
Okay, I make a motion to amend.
okay, Renee, do I have a second? Second for Anita. I'll do a roll call vote here. Amanda, you can.
Aye.
Maria,
Aye.
Renee,
Aye.
Anita.
Aye.
Okay, I'll vote aye as well. Okay, now we got that out of the way. We have a motion on the table from Renee Longshore to put closed session at the end of the meeting. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Second from Anita. Amanda.
I have a discussion on that. So what happens if we hit 10:30 and we haven't
We're just going to
done-
go till we finish it because we would have to continue the meeting till next week. And so we'll just go ahead and run it till, if it takes us into the morning, it takes us into the morning.
When you get to 10:30, your board bylaw says that you can extend it by one extension with a defined time that you end.
Okay. Okay, so we do have the motion. We have a second, so we'll do a roll call vote. Amanda,
Aye.
Maria,
Aye.
Renee,
Aye.
Anita.
Aye.
Okay, I vote aye as well. Okay, so we got that out of the way. So then we'll go back to the original
It's going to be item C5.
C5, which is board member comments. So go ahead and we'll start with Nita.
Okay, good afternoon or maybe evening. It's really great to hear from our students about the wonderful events going on at the schools. Last meeting was great, but we did miss the students. It seems like we were just welcoming our students back, and now we're already in the second month of school. I was able to attend the back to school night for Granite Hills High School, which was really well done. Our teachers and staff were all available to welcome our families. Our amazing choir, dance team, and cheer squad performed, and our counselors provided the family of our seniors vital information to ensure they have a smooth transition to graduation in college and career. And I know that our administrative team was working very hard to make sure that everything ran perfectly, and it did. I'm really excited to sign up and donate blood with Apple Valley High School. The date of their blood drive is the very first available date that I'm allowed to donate. And I'll be sure to sign up to donate with Granite Hills High School for the next one. I'm hopeful that we get a lot of our student, staff, and community to come out for the blood drives so that we can continue to support our community with this life-saving gift. I was able to see our volleyball athletes from both Apple Valley and Granite Hills compete. And I must say that we have some truly talented athletes. Some of the plays these ladies made were incredible. I look forward to seeing more of the games. I know that the game right now on everyone's mind is the bell game, which is coming up. And it's always great to have that friendly rivalry between our neighboring schools. And this tradition goes back over 50 years. And we wish our teams the very best at this historic game next week. Bring back the bell. I was truly honored to be invited to the meet and greet with our classified employees last month, and I know how hard our classified staff work to ensure that they're there to support our student, staff, and family. This past month, I started my master's in governance courses in Torrance, and this has been extremely informative, and I hope to continue to grow and learn so I can better serve our students, community, and staff. September 15th starts Hispanic Heritage Month, as Effie stated, and I know that our teachers and schools are celebrating the contributions and cultures of our Latino and Hispanic Americans. And I look forward to having the opportunity to visit more of our schools this year and see the great things happening in the classroom and on campuses. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nita. Renee.
Well, good evening, everyone. I can officially say that I have my master's in governance. What a wonderful way to complete my courses, learning about human resources and collective bargaining, and quite timely for sure. I'm a very curious and logical person. When I ask questions, the answers have to make sense. This is for the people who elected me, entrusting me with the great responsibility of being one of 5 who lead this district into our next steps. We had a great turnout at our AVUSD Vision Fair on Saturday, August 23rd. The Lions Club Vice President, Donna Rollins' motto, she shared with me, she said, "Say yes and then make it happen." It was a very inspiring thing to hear. With the coordination and help of our Family Center staff, nurses, and students from AVHS's masked program, we had almost a third more people than last time, with 245 getting fitted for glasses. Ms. Rollins, thank you, and the Apple Valley Sunrise Lions Club for making events like this happen for AVUSD. I also want to give a shout out to Mariana Torres and our amazing food pantry staff and volunteers who work tirelessly to distribute boxes and bags of food to members of our community. Anywhere from pickup to drop off, sorting of goods, loading them onto carts, and making sure those carts come back again, many hands truly do make light work, as more than over 200 families were served this last week. Thank you to CSE President J.C. Scott for inviting Trustee Tucker and me to a meet and greet on Wednesday, August 20th. It was such a pleasure having the opportunity to listen to the voices of our classified staff members. Thank you, Classified, for all you do to support your school sites, students, families, and colleagues. Your work is invaluable and appreciated. I had the pleasure of cheering on both of our high schools' volleyball and tennis teams as AVHS hosted GHHS. It was such a joy watching our school's coaches and athletes develop their craft. Sports were such an integral part of my own growth and development. Lessons I learned back then are still applied today. I hope the same for our athletes and look forward to seeing how far you all go this 25-26 season. Many thanks to our schools who hosted their back to school nights, but especially to High Desert Premier Academy and Granite Hills High School who welcomed me to their campuses. The energy that results from coming together in support of our students and their families is undeniable. Keep up the great work. And to everyone who showed up tonight, welcome. Even though it may not be under the best of circumstances, we see you, we hear you, and we are glad you are here. The strength of our democracy lies in the hands of those willing to stand for what they believe in. My hope is that we can all find the best way forward in support of both the staff and the students we serve together. Thank you.
Maria.
Well, good evening, and thank you for joining us for tonight's board meeting. Congratulations to our amazing student speakers. It shows the amount of preparation you all put up to showcase the happenings at your schools. This last month has been a busy one for the staff and students at the schools. It did not go unnoticed, and with all the amazing work I observed during my site visits, that's 10 of them, 10 sites, I had the privilege of visiting several school sites this past month and the first week of September. I've extended gratitude to the following schools. Sycamore Rocks. The outdoor murals always catches my eyes, and the soft music playing as we enter the classroom or the campus. I observed the music and art classrooms as well as an inclusion classroom. Students were fully engaged and materials were available for them. For those of us who are last children in a family, we tend to see a whole lot more than what people want us to see. I went on to Phoenix Academy, the vast array of instructional strategies and the extensive program offering Principal White kept me on my toes and moving from upper campus to lower campus and on a breakneck speed. I thought I will never be able to catch my legs when this is over. Then we went on to Yakaloma. Yakaloma is a school all by itself. I enjoy going to Yakaloma. At Yakaloma, I had the opportunity to visit the school garden, and there was a delicious apple that is growing out there and people are not aware of it. But because I had reached there and I was already exhausted, I found a way to the apple tree and picked one and just dusted it off my dress and ate it. Thank you so much. And I walked into the preschool or TK classroom. It's amazing the amount of detail that is put in for those babies. They have so much water fountain in one class. Then I went on to Apple Valley High School. The extensive technology set up in the classrooms caught my eye. I've never been in a school where they have 2 TV screens. And so the kids don't have to all face one direction. Any direction they look, there was a TV screen. I thought that was impressive. I still think about the materials in the classroom to meet the academic needs of the students. Teachers were sensitive to the needs of their students, and the love they showed in making sure their students received caring services, it blew my mind. Of course, Sun Devil Pride is actually contagious. Then I went on to Sitting Bull Academy, the lunch pad. I walked in on that campus and the principal took me around the whole campus. And at some point, we met up a group of students who were doing the experiment on which rocket moved faster and how you push it. I was kind of uncomfortable because I didn't know what to expect. And I was hoping my rocket will at least leave the building, but it did not. My rocket went up and came straight down. And this young man who gave me the rocket to try told me I could keep it. And for that, I say thank you to him, because I would say he saw me. And sometimes you walk into a room, people don't see you. And this young man saw me, and I am truly grateful. Then I went on to Desert Knolls Academy. Students were so engaged and working closely with their teachers and producing great work. My big point was going to Mariana. Mariana Academy, there was a fabulous instructional setup and a school garden. And the principal took me into one of the classrooms. Of course, the principal scheduled me for 8 o'clock. So I arrived when school was starting. So I couldn't get on campus. I had to wait for school to everybody to get in and the parents to drop off their babies before I can get on. But we had the best rendition of, I think it was kindergarten class or first grade class. I think it's kindergarten. And they gave me the best rendition of the Star Spangled Banner. I just listened to those angelic voices of those children singing the entire the Star Spangled Banner, and following it up with the national with the Pledge of Allegiance. I thought that was the best part. You don't have any idea what that song has meant to me in all these years. And it still brought that emotion back, just hearing from those children. Then I went to High Desert Premier. The teachers were keeping students engaged with the state-of-the-art educational environment. At High Desert Premier, open door policy was on full display. The students felt really safe to speak to their staff, to their principal, to anybody that wanted to listen to them. They did not have fear in them, and they were willingly sharing what the day looks like for them. And I felt that's a school I'd like to go to again, just to see how students view us. Then I went to Rancho Verde Academy, where I saw the sign on the wall. I bet you the principal did not know I was copying down the sign. The sign says, best principal in the verse. And may you be proud of the work you do, the person you are, and the difference you make. This is not just for the principal. This is for all of the staff, all of the teachers, and all those who see themselves as not being seen. I want you to know that you should be proud of the work you do. You may not feel it now, but you do know that we know you're doing a lot of work. Then the principal took me to, while we waited there, a bright young scholar was sent to the office. And this bright young scholar was supposed to be the student of the day. Her name is Miss Ariel. I couldn't forget that because that was my favorite Disney character. And so Miss Ariel, the principal, said that she embodies the values of Rancho Verde. She's generous, she's patient, and she's responsible. And so for that, I say, congratulations, Miss Ariel. I don't know your last name, I didn't bother, but I figured your name is your name. Your last name belongs to your parents. So the principal took me around the campus to hand out perfect attendance. I was impressed that there are schools where the students are maintaining a perfect attendance of over 94%, 95%. And the teacher who collected the trophy I didn't know how trophies work. Just happened to be one of those that I've known since she was probably second grade. Will you please stand up so they will see you? So I was stunned because I've known her as a different name and didn't know she had a married name. So it was like, I know her, but congratulations. I'm really proud of you. Rio Vista Academy, thank you to both the principal and assistant principal. At Rio Vista Academy, the students were coaching each other. The teacher was more like a facilitator, and the kids were teaching each other different ways to arrive at points. That's what we are looking for in education, and I was so impressed. The CHAMPS model was everywhere on that campus, so you know that something was going on. Then I went to Sandia. The principal was not there. That is the school I plan to go back to, because that principal jumped on it first thing and wanted to schedule me, but due to health concerns, she wasn't available. But I also want to acknowledge her because she jumped on it to make sure that I can come to her school. I say thank you. I was able to attend several volleyball events at Apple Valley High School. Apple Valley High School is like my home base. My children all went there, so I'm more like a Sun Devil. But the first day that I went, one of the games that they had was between Apple Valley High School and Granite Hills. And I thought about, what do I wear? Should I wear the maroon on the top and orange on the bottom? How do I do this? Because I service two schools. But I decided that I'm going to just wear Sun Devil colors because I plan to go to Granite Hills for the Granite Hills Day. I don't want to share their moment. So, but those students played really well. So as we continue, I wanted to take this time because sometimes we do so much in the district and we don't notice the things that are happening. I wanted to extend a special thank you to two amazing ladies who never fail to show up and who never fail to come in and do as much as they can. They are not in this room right now, but I wanted to acknowledge these two ladies and a gentleman who constantly show up for the food pantry. Mrs. Harrison and Mrs. Schlosser. Those two ladies show up and they don't have a problem carrying big boxes. They don't have a problem running up and down to bring the shopping cart. But I have to say, every Friday when I come in, they are ready for work and they are volunteers. And I wanted to say thank you to the district for letting this opportunity happen. And to also thank Mr. Carl Willis, who is always there, greeting guests when they arrive, making them feel welcome, just taking away the stigma that they are here to get something, and just making people feel seen. I have to say thank you so much. As we continue to plug along through the academic year, I hope we never forget to take note of all that we serve, our accomplishments, and why we wake up daily to be of service. I encourage you and us to see every person, acknowledge them daily, and to make sure that we remember as we begin to water these big plants, someday we will not be around to enjoy the shade of the plant. But please continue to serve, and we'll continue to do the best we can to make sure that you are heard. Thank you so much for your time.
Amanda.
Thank you. All right. Good evening. This past month, I had the privilege of attending back to school night at Sitting Bull Academy. A friend of mine had to work, so I took her nephew and I was able to go through each one of his classes with him and sit through the presentation from those teachers. I was so impressed with the evening, and I especially love learning that the school offers a culinary class for middle school students. And hearing the teacher describe how she transforms her classroom into a kitchen on cooking days was inspiring. And Nick was especially excited as we drove there in beforehand, but he was especially excited to share with me that he and his team would be creating a SpongeBob themed charcuterie board the very next day. They had learned like all the different cuts. Yep. Yes, the 13 cuts they had been practicing, and they were going to get a chance to demonstrate that. So it was a fun and creative way to engage those students. Another highlight that I just wanted to share was over Labor Day weekend, we took the same friends, 3 young nieces, to Knott's Berry Farm. And it was their first time ever being in a theme park. And they absolutely loved Camp Snoopy. But the best part wasn't the rides. It was when we were standing in line for the swings, like the little kid swing ride. And there's like a semi truck ride right to the right. And they spotted Marilyn, who's a proctor from their elementary school. And you would have thought she was a rock star by how they reacted. And she just happened to be there, but they were so excited to see her. And the joy on their faces when they recognized someone from their school reminded me once again of the impact that our staff has. Our students carry those connections with them even outside the classroom. So tonight, I just want to say thank you to all of our teachers, staff, and administrators for creating such a welcoming and meaningful experiences for our students every single day. Those efforts matter, and they leave lasting impressions that go far beyond the school walls. So thank you.
I just want to give a little shout out to the board here. Believe it or not, we do gel pretty well, and there's been a lot of work being put in lately behind the scenes with FitMat, meeting with different people, just talking with staff and staff as well. They have really stepped it up and given us the information that we've requested. It just comes down to respect. We all have different opinions sometimes on different things, but the job's getting done. And I'm kind of proud of that fact that with all the ups and downs that we've had throughout this year and issues that we've dealt with, and we're getting there. And I'm just very appreciative of everybody. I could pick up the phone and I can call any one of these ladies here and discuss anything that I want to discuss, and they're always respectful, and so things are getting done. So, and I appreciate, we do listen to you guys. Sometimes, the message gets skewed when, there's some negativity thrown into it. It's unfortunate. That's just the way of the world today. And but we overlook it, and we try to do what's right. So with that, I'll turn it over to Renee.
Sure. I'll try to make it brief. I won't cover all the things that you've already covered, but I did want to make a shout out to the staff here at the ESC, Apple Valley High School and Sandia in particular, during the power outage. Things like that occur. People don't realize all of that goes into that to make sure that, one, we have transportation poised and ready to return to a campus, to return home 2,200 students as the need might be. We did have to move over to Sandia. We called Wendy and just said, can we have a space? We needed to be able to do an EOC. We had no power, the generator here wasn't pulling up. And so she gave us a room immediately, and we were able to navigate from there, have internet, and be able to communicate back out to the community. I just feel like not only did the staff here step in and say, we'll go work on another campus, we may not be able to be mobile, but we also will go help at schools. So I appreciate the schools just welcoming them in and allowing them to come and do whatever they needed to do, or just help because they didn't have a computer that was mobile for them. And then we had, the two kind of extraordinary things this month that had nothing to do with students, but we had a huge desert tortoise that walked onto the Sandia property. I think it was yesterday, sometime this week. Was it yesterday? Who's here? You guys, they protected it. It was 60 to 70 years old. And when I saw that the Lewis Center AAE did some work with desert tortoises, I thought we should have called them, not animal control. When animal control came, they estimated that the animal, like I said, was 60 to 70 years old and was worth about $10,000. Now, I say that because I'm surprised that Sandia didn't think quicker and think this would be a great fundraiser, but I'll leave it at that. Sean Rickrell obviously wasn't in the front of the school to identify what that tortoise was. And then last Friday, I was invited to Yuccoloma's student council meeting after school. I spent about an hour with the students to discuss the governance team. They had been here to present last year, and they had a lot of questions. So their teachers, Mrs. DeSalvio and Miss Garcia, invited me to the classroom. The kids got to ask information about board members. So we used the website for them to be introduced to each area, your names. They recognized your faces from when they presented. And then they took our agenda and they dove in. And they ask questions about the different parts of the agenda. And so I just want you to know that they're ready and poised when they turn 18 to fill your roles. But they had a lot of questions. And so I anticipate they're not done. But it was a wonderful experience. The other major thing that has been going on in the district is the Williams visits. And while every school site in this room, at some point, most of you, we have, I believe, 11 visits this year. It is the most visits ever because of the way the law has changed. Has nothing to do with anything a school has done, but the Williams visits include facilities, textbooks, just good repair. This is the first time that they have split those Williams visits to a fall visit and a spring visit just to accommodate all the schools that they're having to deal with in San Bernardino County. They have visited now Apple Valley High School, Desert Knolls, Vanguard, Sandia, and Rancho Verde. And during those visits, there were zero findings. That goes to the credit of the preparation. Teachers knew, classified staff knew, the maintenance and operations teams and the custodians on the campuses are following the teams around. And if there's something they can repair right on the spot, they do so. Theta's team in Ed Services, the librarian, Grace, Jessica, Christina, all are on the properties to support the schools through the process. They walk with the leads. But to have zero findings in 5 visits is amazing, and we're excited to see what happens in January. We are also very appreciative of the San Bernardino County Superintendent of School Staff. They are required to do these visits. They are required to put the teams together, and it is quite a distraction from the work they normally do as well. But they come and they're not out to get us. They're here to support and to move through the requirement that they have to do. And then finally, Big Bat did do an exit interview with us today before they left. And while they typically will take about 8 weeks to produce a report that then can be reviewed and plan a board meeting, when they looked ahead, they realized that the November board meeting was a conflict for them. And so they asked us if we would consider holding a special board meeting on October 21st. And while I know that's an impact it's a Tuesday, Karen, I have to wait for direction from the board, but I know it's an impact, but I also know you guys are waiting for that same information as well. They did also indicate that during their interviews with board members, there had been several questions that had been asked. And Ms. Hart and Ms. Noga did indicate that if there was a need for the board, they would be willing to come ahead of time. It would be an open session meeting. And as long as they had the questions ahead of time from board members, they'd figure out a way to gather those. They would then hold a session for you to ask questions and they could answer those questions for you. Okay. So just wanted to make sure that that was available to you and that I got some direction tonight to move forward with what you would like to plan. October 21st. While you're looking.
Why don't you send an email out and then we'll get back to you on
Great.
that so we can trying to figure out if they can make it.
Okay.
But it sounds like it probably will go.
And then finally, Sycamore Rocks has a lot of heroes that happen for whatever reason. That's where people do CPR or the Heimlich maneuver. But a few weeks ago, there was a parent pickup incident where everybody went into action. Somebody jumped the curb. A staff member ran in front of a car to get a student out. People were moving kids quickly, and I know that that's what people do. They don't think for themselves. They think for who they're out there to take care of. And so I just want to acknowledge that these things happen every day at schools, not necessarily somebody jumping a curb, but we are fortunate that nobody was injured in that.
Okay, we'll move on to reports from union representatives. First up, Scott.
I want to apologize in advance. It's like an hour past my bedtime. But good evening once again, President Sabers, Superintendent Nelson, members of the cabinet, members of AVUDA, members of the community, students that might still be here, and most importantly, my brothers and sisters of the California School Employees Association. My name is J.C. Scott, and I have the honor of serving as chapter president of the California School Employees Association, Apple Valley Local 828. First of all, I would like to start on a very positive note and extend my sincerest thanks, gratitude, and appreciation to my principal, Mr. Adam Powell, and his administration team for making a commitment to change the culture at Granite Hills High School this school year. While we still have our fair shares of issues, I had to rewrite this speech today, by the way, since Mr. Powell and his team have made their presence known more prominently on campus, verbal disputes have decreased significantly, and we've had only one physical fight on campus this school year. This just goes to show when administration invests their time in their campuses, we do see a positive change for the better. And though I must match the morale with the rest of my brothers and sisters of both unions, Mr. Powell knows, my colleagues knows, and the teachers that taught me know that I am very, very proud to be a Cougar since 2001. And everyone will tell you that I absolutely, even though I am the union president, wake up every single day to serve my students. They can attest for that. I love what I do at Granite Hills High School. Confucius once said, find job you love, never work a day in your life. And that's how I feel about my job as a campus security assistant at Granite Hills High School. So Mr. Powell, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for allowing me to be a campus security assistant at Granite Hills High School. Now, let me be very clear to continue my speech from earlier, though some of it's going to sound out of line because I had to cut my speech short. I'm really not here tonight to tear anyone down, nor am I here to trade in personal attacks. I am here because I truly love this district, because Lord knows I could go somewhere else and be paid more because I am a valuable employee. I believe in the people in this district, and because I know what it can truly be if we choose the path of accountability and courage. But my belief alone, our belief alone, is not enough. Respect alone is not enough. What is required right now is action, not tomorrow, not after another study, not after another FICMAT report. Action now. Because the truth is, our employees, our teachers, our classified staff, our students, and our community cannot wait any longer. You probably heard me say earlier that our ship is sinking. But I want you to understand what that truly means. It means our employees who go home every night exhausted, as you can see right now in my voice and in my face. We're defeated, unsure how we would continue to give 100% when we feel so little in return. We are overworked and we're extremely underpaid. That means students who watch us adults fail to solve our problems while we're left with larger class sizes, fewer resources, and staff who are stretched so far to the breaking point that a community loses faith in its district, a district that's supposed to be the cornerstone of public trust. This is not about protecting individuals, whether they are liked or disliked. This is not about defending titles. This is about accountability, and accountability starts with leadership. If classified staff are expected to perform, if teachers are expected to perform, if students are expected to perform, then leadership must also perform by leading by example. And when leadership falls short, it cannot be excused. It must be corrected. I am challenging this school board tonight to recommit itself to the very people you are elected to serve. Commit to your teachers who show up every day despite being asked to do more with less. Commit to the classified staff who hold this district together behind the scenes, often without recognition. Commit to the students who deserve nothing less than the best education and support we can possibly give, and commit to the community that has placed its trust in you to safeguard the future of this district and our community. We're not asking for perfection. We are asking for honesty. We are asking for transparency. And we are asking for leadership that has the courage to admit when things are broken and to resolve to fix them. And we ask that you do this without delay. Anything less is a disservice to the people you are supposed to represent. Please do not mistake our persistence for hostility. It's not hostility, it's hope. Hope that this school board will choose to lead. Hope that you will no longer settle for the status quo. Hope that when history looks back at this very moment, it will say that you did not shrink from accountability, but you embraced it. And in doing so, restore trust, morale, and stability to Apple Valley Unified School District. So I leave you with this. The time for promises has passed. The time for action is now, because action speaks louder than words. The eyes of your employees and students are upon you. The eyes of your community are upon you. The question is not whether you have the ability to act. The question is whether you have the will to do so and what's best for all of us and our future. Will you rise to this challenge, or will you continue to let the ship sink while those who depend on you struggle to stay afloat? We can't answer this question for you, only you can. And I pray that your answer is that you are willing to do what is necessary to move us forward together. With both lead negotiators for CSEA and AVUDA being ministers of Christ, yes, we're pastors, I know our prayers and our hearts are for this district and our people we serve. It isn't a coincidence that it happened this way. I promise you, Steve and I are both really nice guys, so let's get to know each other and let's move together to work onward. In solidarity, Mr. J.C. Scott, President, CSEA, Apple Valley, 828.
Okay, up next is AVUDA. Karen.
First of all, October 21st is our exec board meeting. Is there any way to start the board meeting an hour later at 6 instead of? Okay, yeah, because that would impede and we're having training that day as well. Okay, and thank you for the board members who graciously allowed us to continue on, and sorry for inconveniencing those who were upset. Okay, good evening, Superintendent Nelson, board members, cabinet, President Scott, AVUDA members, CSEA, and other union members, and overflow. We had a good many over there tonight too. We appreciate the support tonight. I'm going to keep this kind of short because I know others want to speak as well, and it's already late. These are difficult times for our district employees, and it is during these times like these, that we must band together even more as we move forward. We stand stronger when we stand united. And tonight, I want to finish presenting some of the figures that I shared earlier. Just going to briefly go over. I briefly went over the insurance with you and just wanted to point out again that we received $124,000 towards our health care. That is all that we received the last time. And as you know, we're at the bottom of the salary. Even Adelanto, a district who has faced serious challenges and is now an impasse, is ahead of us, and that's unacceptable. I've also provided you with scatograms, and as you can see from the scatograms, last year we had 742.5 full-time equivalents, and this year the numbers dropped to 695. That drop directly lowers the cost of the 1% increase to salaries, making it more affordable for the district to provide relief to educators. In addition, I have shared salary schedules from Hesperia with you. And as you can see, we marked the 5, 10, 15, and 20 year mark, and that data is staggering. At those key career points, Hesperia educators earn anywhere from 12 to 23% more than what we do here in Apple Valley. That is not only unfair, but demoralizing to the teachers who have dedicated their lives to this district and our students. I've also provided you with several unaudited actuals. If you want to go to sleep tonight, you can read them. But I did highlight them, and you can see that the budget corresponds with the same color as the unaudited actual. And as I'm not going to go through those because Steve went through those earlier, but the one thing that really stands out to us is whenever you look at the 24, 25 unaudited actuals, the last page, and the 25, 26 budget, that our certificated staff has decreased by $7.5 million, and our certificated pupil support salaries have decreased by $2.4 million, while certificated supervisors and administrative have gone up by $2.4 million. So we're just kind of wondering why that is. We know it's not, they're getting extra money on your paychecks, but is that because of increase in positions? We would just like to know why that increase is in the budget there. Then we're not here to make unreasonable demands. We're here because we know the district has choices, and those choices should reflect the values of this district and this community. Students deserve strong schools, and strong schools are built by supporting the teachers and the staff who dedicate themselves to our kids. AVUDA is committed to working with the district, but we need to see real commitment in return. Tonight, I call on you to put resources where they belong, in classrooms, in students, and in the educators and staff who serve the community with heart, skill, and dedication. On a lighter note, I'm excited to share that AVUDA has entered a float into the Happy Trails Parade on September 13th. We will be handing out drawstring backpacks to children along the parade route. Any certificated employee who would like to walk with us and will receive an email with a form to sign up. This is a wonderful opportunity for our students to see us out there in the community. Whether you are a counselor, teacher, SLP, this is the first for us, and I know it will be a proud moment for the Apple Valley educators. Before I close, I want to thank everyone again from all the unions for coming out tonight and showing solidarity. It means a great deal and is deeply appreciated. Have a good evening. In solidarity, Karen.
Okay, I had a request for a 5-minute restroom break, so we'll be back in 5 minutes.
for showing me.
Okay, everybody's back. So we're gonna move on here. We have a next one is item 2 on discussion items. So just to let everybody know that's still here. So we have 1, 2, and then we have public comments coming up. So just hang tight. I know there's like 9 cards. So let's get through this here. So item 2, board bylaw 9323 meeting conduct. And I see that Trustee Okpara brought this forward. So did you want to start off with it, Maria?
Oh, God, I wish I had it in my hand. This board policy that I was looking at was the meeting conduct. I was interested in making sure that we start our meeting and end it on time so that the personnel that are present will have the opportunity to get home and get some rest, because the board meeting is on a Thursday, it's not on a Friday, which means that you still have to get up and go to work the next day. So I wanted to make sure that we hold ourselves responsible for making sure we are done on time so that the staff can go home. Teachers are here, but in some instances, we don't have teachers. We just have the personnel sitting on this dais with us. So I wanted us to make sure that moving forward, that if we have to rearrange our board agenda so that our agenda will address things that relate to our kids, our school, do it out of the way, and then we can do the things that the housekeeping portion of the board meeting after that. So that was why I wanted it in, because we tend to go on and on board meeting on things that will bog us down. So we need to find ways to figure out how to work our board agenda so that we can get out here on time. Not to say that I don't want to be here. I live by myself, so this is my day to have people around. But when we were talking about this, I don't know if everybody was aware of it. So I thought perhaps I should go over the bylaws of this board policy 9323. It says all Board of Trustee meetings shall begin on time and shall be guided by an agenda prepared in accordance with board bylaws and posted and distributed in accordance by Ralph Brown Act and other applicable laws. The board president shall conduct board meetings in accordance with board bylaws and procedures that enable the board to efficiently consider issues and carry out the will of the majority. So we are a board of 5, so there has to be a majority for that will. The board believes that late night meetings deter public participation and can affect the board's decision-making ability and can be a burden to staff. Regular board meetings shall be adjourned at 10:30 p.m. unless extended to a specific time determined by a majority of the board. The meeting shall be extended no more than once and subsequently may be adjourned to a later date. So we only have one time to extend it, and after that, we just have to finish whatever that time said, and we'll call it a day. That is the big part of it. And then the other big part of it was the members of the public are encouraged to attend board meetings and to address the board concerning any items on the agenda or within the board's jurisdiction, so as not to inhibit public participation. Persons attending board meetings shall not be requested to sign in, complete a questionnaire, or otherwise provide their name or other information as a condition of attending the meeting. In order to conduct a district business in an orderly and efficient manner, the board requires that public presentations to the board comply with the following procedure. Give members of the public an opportunity to address the board on any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board, either before or during the board's consideration. At a time so designated on the agenda at a regular meeting, members of the public may bring before the board matters that are not even listed on the agenda. The board shall take no action or discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda except as authorized by law. So, I'll be more than glad to have this posted so everybody can see it and know how we are supposed to conduct ourselves. But the one thing that is key to me is to make sure that we close board meetings on time so that staff can go back and get ready for the next day.
One thing that we may do is start some of it earlier. I know some of you guys have jobs that take you away from starting earlier, but it seems like we get bogged down with the closed session stuff is what drags this on because we can't seem to finish it within the 2 hours that we provide. We used to start at 4, or we used to even do this 1 hour of closed session, and now we're at 2, and we need more time. And that was one of the reasons why we wanted to do the closed session again, is because if we're trying to do closed session at midnight, then everybody's like out of it and things can get overlooked and stuff, but that's here nor there. We'll deal with it tonight. But I think if we begin starting the meetings maybe at 4 o'clock for closed session, and if we did talk about having like an open calendar where we could, it's like a moving target where we could change times without noticing as far as, well, we can notice within 24 hours.
So for a normal board meeting, it's a 72-hour posting. What our current board policy indicates is that we will begin at approximately 5 p.m., but we have posted as being at 5 p.m. So you have a little bit of flexibility in order to move it to 4. I don't think, my opinion, and we'd have to ask others, is that starting at 4 with it saying approximately 5 probably is not within the policy. We would probably want to change the policy. If you wanted to look at the closed session agenda and identify that we might need a half hour, I think we could probably pull a 4:30, and we'd have to just indicate that it is based on, we'd have to bring the calendar back. It's on here. Yeah, it's on, and it's here for that change to match our board policy of approximately 5 o'clock. Then whatever it's posted as would be the start time that the public would see.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And two, it's we can move things around during the meeting. We can, as the president, whoever sits in the president's seat can move items around. Like, I'm going to take something out of order with just proper notice to the rest of the board to agree with that. So we can try that, Maria. Just maybe start putting it in there. That's approximate. We could start earlier if it's going to be a heavy closed session day. That's where we're getting bogged down.
I think it will work, but I think what we need to look at, what exactly do we move forward to? So if we are going to move it and say we're starting at about 4:30, what agenda items can we have as a closed session discussion before the public actually comes? Because when we are doing a public-facing issues, there are issues that come on an agenda that does not require the public to be part of. So
most likely litigation.
It could be litigation.
Every single thing that's on closed session, they can comment on. So that's why we post it the way we do, and we are required to have a public comment session prior for the items on closed session. So sorry.
I get it.
Okay, well.
All right. Anybody else?
Are we going to discuss changing it right now?
We can talk till 10:30 on it.
That sounds like so much fun.
I know.
I would just request 4:30 would be amazing. I could probably swing 4:15, but I am a teacher and I have a parking lot to fight to get out of to get here.
What about you, Anita? You do teach, right?
She's retired. She can make time.
You're flexible for 4:30, 4:15? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's better for staff if we start earlier too, because they're here anyway. So, and most of the teachers can get here by 4:30. So
5.
Let's try that. Renee? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. So I'm a little concerned about starting early. I hear your concern, Trustee Akpara, about making sure we don't go past the 10:30 mark. And I think that's so important as well, to consider our agenda items and really make astute decisions as far as how it's built and how much time it might take. My concern with starting early is not having a good time for our staff to be able to join us. I'm speaking on behalf of teachers who have later exit times. I'm speaking on behalf of classified, maybe who have evening schedules set. I want to make sure that they all have time, including our general community who have work schedules and may want to attend. These are the concerns I have with starting any earlier than 5 p.m.
It's a pleasure of the board. It doesn't matter to me. I can be here anytime. So
I think we should we should practice the
4:30.
4:30. Why did I say 4
Yeah,
and a half
I agree.
p.m.? Well, let's practice that and see how it works, and then we can pull back.
So during this item, you're having the discussion. The calendar is in the consent agenda for you to then make a decision about the matching what our policy currently says, which is approximately 5 p.m. instead of just 5 p.m. And then you go from there.
Okay. It's on consent. Everybody good? Okay. All right, we'll move on to item 3, Board Policy 5116.1, Intra-District Open Enrollment, and that was brought by Trustee Longshore. Renee?
Yes, thank you for allowing continued discussion on equitable access in regards to Board Policy 5116.1, intra-district transfers. California law says it's up to us as a board to decide. Ed Code 35160.56, quote, permits parents to indicate a preference irrespective of child's place of residence within the district and requires a district to honor parental preference if school has sufficient capacity without displacing currently enrolled students. As previously noted, AVUSD has denied requests of access to our high schools. Granite Hills High School over the past 4 years has denied 241 transfers to AVHS, and AVHS requested transfers. 41 wanted to access Granite Hills High School, and those were also denied. When those were denied, we also, as a district, permitted 82 inter-district transfers. The board policy specifies that priority should be given to students who, 1, reside within an attendance area so that they're not displaced, or that they meet criteria, meaning student safety, considering both physical and emotional, or if they have a sibling or parent who is a staff at that site. So when applications are submitted, it specifies there must be a random, unbiased selection process when requests to attend that campus outnumber capacity. This is according to Ed Code 35160.5. So my question is, what is our current random, unbiased selection process to determine who should be admitted whenever the school receives admission requests that are in excess of the school's capacity? Superintendent Nelson, do we have one?
I can describe the process. Would you like me to describe it, or would you like me to provide it at an update in a board presentation?
In a board presentation, I think that would be great. I think that would give you time to also detail it and be able to present it to us. As far as it being a random and unbiased selection, if more students were trying to get to school than there were spots for, then I'm looking for the random and unbiased selection process to determine which of those students were allowed in.
Absolutely.
I believe that because we are denying students intra-district transfers to Granite Hills High School and Apple Valley High School, while allowing 82 inter-district transfers to come in to our district, we have not served the people of Apple Valley first. So in light of the fact that we've been functioning outside of our board policy 5116.1, I make a motion to add a special session to review current district practices and determine the board's next steps to ensuring a balanced and equitable system of intra-district transfers prioritizing the students of AVUSD.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay. Would that not maybe be good at the same time as the presentation so that we have information?
I think that would be wonderful.
Okay. We have direction then?
It's at the desire of the board. You
Well,
guys give direction.
I know, but you were talking about the.
I'm more than willing to do a presentation if that's
Okay.
what's needed to understand
Is
the
that what you want,
non-bias.
Renee? You want a presentation?
I would like to receive information on the random unbiased selection process
I know.
for
The
students
question is, do you want it in a presentation at a board meeting?
at the same time.
Yes.
Yes, that would be fine. And at the same time, we would consider as a board why 82 interdistrict transfers were allowed into our district while we were denying our Apple Valley Unified students the opportunity to transfer into those open spots.
Yeah, we'll be sure to clarify that those are staff members, students that are assigned to those school sites.
Okay.
So you would literally impact the staff that the policy indicates is for them to have their child within their school where they are teaching. That's what those transfers are.
Okay, so I'm referencing my data sheet that I provided to the cabinet and the board when I originally made one of my spreadsheets that showed the data. And it showed that interdistrict transfers of non-staff students were allowed in were a total of 62.
I don't think that's accurate, but we'll get the data, Renee, and we will be sure to present it because this has been going on for years and we have denied inter-district transfers except for staff of employees on the campus, not district staff. They have to work on the campus.
Okay, I just want to note this was the data that was provided to me.
Okay.
Okay. You're clear? So you could probably expect it maybe next meeting in really September, October?
October, because we are already done with September.
We're in September now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, October.
Yes, that sounds good. Thank you, President Raleigh.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else, Renee?
That was it.
Okay. Okay, we'll move on. Item 4, presentation unaudited actuals, financial report for 2024, 2025. And Matt.
Thank you. While I get the microphone and hopefully can capture the screen here. You do have a copy of the slides at your seat there. It's probably buried in a stack of documents. I promise I won't take till 10:30.
Yeah.
All right, as President Raleigh stated, this is the 24-25 unaudited actuals. This is actually a look back onto actual financial activity in the previous fiscal year. This is the culmination of how many months has it been since January of 24? 19 or 20 months. So this is the culmination of a 20-month budget cycle. Started with the governor's proposal, may revise, legislature passing a budget in June of 2024 after the ABUSD board at the time passed this operating budget in June of 2024. Just a reminder, there's first interim financials, second interim estimated actuals in May of 25, which established the baseline for the current year operating budget. Unaudited actuals is involved. It's closing the books. It's reconciling the revenue that we received, the expenditures that actually occurred. And keep in mind, these numbers are all preliminary until audited by our external auditor who will be visiting later this month. Establishes the updated beginning balance for 25-26 because as everybody knows, we adopt a budget in June. We close our books after that, then we go back and make those adjustments. Specifically, usually during first interim reporting, which again is the financials as of October 31st, which will be presented to the board in December.
This is a quick look at our total general fund revenue. And general fund, remember, is Fund 01. That is our main operating fund where the majority of our district operations fall. Within Fund 01, there are restricted resources, unrestricted resources, but there's just a shot. 73% of our revenue comes from the local control funding formula. Within that local control funding formula, there's base grant dollars, there's grade span adjustment dollars, there's supplemental grant, there's concentration grant, there's TK add-on, there's transportation add-on. All those pieces combine to make the LCFF revenue our largest source of revenue in Apple Valley. So quick look at the expenditures. You'll see certificated salaries, about 35% of our expenditures. That includes all certificated staff. Classified salaries also about 17%, and employee benefits. Now the employee benefits is just not health and welfare. That's STRS contributions that we make on our employees' behalf, PERS contributions. So there's lots of pieces in all of that. That's just a quick pie chart. Here's the numbers. For the general fund unaudited actuals, you took in revenues about $252 million and spent about $265, or 253 to 265. So $12 million of deficit spending, that's the combined number. You can see on the unrestricted side, it was 6.4 million and 5.8 on the restricted side, after transfers in and outs and contributions from the unrestricted to from unrestricted program, well, actually from unrestricted resources to restricted programs, primarily special education and routine maintenance. So you'll see the beginning fund balance and ending fund balance down at the bottom, both the unrestricted, restricted, and then over on the far right, the combined numbers. So we did end the year, again, unaudited with about $19.1 million, unrestricted ending fund balance, a little over 12 on the restricted side, for a total ending fund balance of about $31.2 million. The fund balance components on the unrestricted side, revolving cash stores, prepaid expenditures, assignments. The major portion of that assignment is an additional 2% of expenditures to fulfill board policy of a 5% reserve. The REU is the reserve for economic uncertainties. That's the state minimum 3% based on total expenditures, and then $175,000 of unassigned. On the restricted side, these are restricted programs that we run that are fund balance programs, meaning the revenue comes to us, we book all that revenue, and then we book expenditures. If we do not spend the entire dollar amount in a fund balance program, those funds then fall to the bottom line. You'll see ELOP, that's the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program, Golden State Pathways, Community Schools Planning Grant, still got a little bit left there. Prop 28 Arts and Music, KIT funds, Kitchen Infrastructure Funds, LCFF Equity Multiplier, which is also, actually I should back up, Prop 28, that money is out to schools, as is LCFF Equity Multiplier, that money is allocated to specific school sites. Then other restricted state and local and routine major maintenance. Those are the components that make up our restricted ending fund balance. And we have a bunch of other funds that operate programs in Apple Valley Unified. First off, Fund 11 Adult Ed, you'll see the numbers there, positive ending fund balance of about $186,000. Fund 12 Child Development, that's our preschool program. Fund 13 Food Services, Nutrition Services. We do have a new director in our nutrition services department, and she promises me that she will spend down that ending fund balance, bringing exciting programs for the kids in our breakfast and our lunch programs. She's got some great ideas to expand services, expand products, because we're only allowed to have our ending fund balance in our Fund 13 is actually limited, so we need to spend that down to meet those limits. Fund 14 is deferred maintenance. You'll see a very small ending fund balance there relative to the beginning of fund balance, because this last year the board uncommitted $2 million of previously committed funds in Fund 14, and we transferred it to Fund 01 to support general district operations in this last year. Fund 25 capital facilities developer fees, you'll see 3.3 million in revenue. Some of that is housing. You know, they're building new houses here and there. We've got a new subdivision going in just north of Granite Hills High School. But the majority of that is commercial. Some of the large warehouses that have recently been constructed, and there are still some under construction within the North Apple Valley specific plan area, the industrial area up by the Walmart and now the vacant old Big Lots distribution center. Fund 40 special reserve for capital outlay. There's kind of a lot of puzzle pieces there. That's our RDA, redevelopment agency revenue that comes to us as a restricted resource within our general fund. We transfer that out to Fund 40 as that is a facilities dedicated, facilities specific fund. Also, our COP funds are recognized in this account. That's our most recent borrowing that we did. We borrowed right around $10 million are recognized in Fund 40 to support facility projects in the district, mainly a transitional kindergarten. And then Fund 51, our bond interest and redemption. That fund is on our books, but we do not control that. That is controlled by the San Bernardino County assessor, tax collector. He's got a few titles. Based on our Measure S, our school facility bond from 2004, that is where the ad valorem tax is collected by the assessor. It's deposited in Fund 51, and then the assessor makes those bond payments out of that fund. We have nothing to do with Fund 51. So next up, adjustments coming at first interim. Well, of course, we'll update the beginning fund balance for the current year. We'll update our revenues and expenditures based, now that we're in, we know how many kids showed up. We know how many TK kids we have. We'll make those adjustments to our LCFF revenue formula. Any bargaining unit agreements, of course, will be worked into our budget and multi-year projection. And we'll continue to make those adjustments. Auditors will be working on our books from September 15th to the 18th, some virtual, some in person.
Questions for Matt? Anybody? Go ahead, Amanda. Oh.
I have one question, and it had to do with your page 5, where you're talking about 24, 25 other funds. The question I have is, how does the district cover the over expenditure on Fund 11?
On Fund 11, Adult Ed,
Yes.
we did not have to cover the over expenditure. She has sufficient fund balance to cover that over expenditure. If you look down at the bottom of the page, her beginning fund balance was $238,000 and her over expense was $52,000. So she had sufficient funding to cover that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Certainly.
Any other trustee? Renee?
I was checking, did Trustee Buchanan have a
Oh,
question?
no, she was deferring to Maria. You're up. You're up if you have some.
Okay. Nobody else has a question? No? Okay. I originally handed out a spreadsheet. And so I'm just going to follow up the spreadsheet. And the question I ask is regarding the spreadsheet. So I'll go ahead and ask it as I'm passing it down. It is in regards to our services and other operating expenditures. I noticed that we're consistently overspending in that area. And I was curious as to why. I was hoping you could explain that. Why do we budget for less than we're spending in services and other operating expenditures? So would you like the sheet that I passed down to the rest of the?
I have
Okay, you
it,
have
Trustee
it. Wonderful.
Longshore. This is the first I've seen it, so I'm
Yes,
attempting
absolutely.
to decipher
So
how you've organized.
So if you look, the second blue one down is services and other operating expenditures.
Mhm.
You can see on the left-hand side, those are the budget numbers. So in 22-23, you can see we're flush. What we budgeted with is what we spent. 23-24, however, we budgeted 20 million, we spent 27 million. In 24-25, we budgeted 24 million, we spent 28 million roughly.
Well, my question would be with the column that you're listing as the budget, for instance, 24-25, you list $24.8 million as budget. When did you pull that data? Was that adopted budget? First interim, second interim?
So the budget I pulled was the budget that is released in August.
We don't do a budget report in August.
Oh, well, it's the budget. It's strange because the budget does come with our unaudited actuals report. So
Yes, the current year budget.
the current year budget
25-26.
is on this
Yes.
unaudited actuals.
I was
report.
asking about the 24-25 number of 24.8 million. Where did you
So-
pull that data point?
So it would be from the budget that was approved for that year,
Adopted.
the adopted budget.
So at the beginning of the year.
Yes.
Okay. Well, at the beginning of the year, of course, the budget is an expenditure plan based on what we know at that time, which is typically started in March, April, and May prior to the beginning of a fiscal year. So if we're budgeting 24.8 million, those are expenses that are expected at that point, maybe based on trends, based on a data analysis. And as for the 24-25 unaudited actuals being 28.4 million, I don't have the detail of what those exact expenditures are, so I wouldn't be able to detail that. But it could be a utility increase. It could be increased utility usage. That falls within services and other operating expenditures, along with contracted services to support our students and their needs. Could be speech language pathologists, could be caravan care, could be a multiple of things that would cause the adopted number to increase throughout the year.
Yes, I had just noticed that it had happened 2 years in a row. So it made me reflect on this year's budget.
Okay.
And wondering if what we've budgeted for it may be off. So since we were 7 million off in 23-24, four off in 24-25. So is that something you could look into and maybe get back to me?
Well, I can certainly give you our current budget and current planned expenditures, but it being only September, it's very difficult for me to predict what's going to happen for the remainder of the year.
Okay. And then I just wanted to supply, because this is a similar data point I released to everyone, specifically in regards to books and supplies. It looks like our actual spending last year was 12 million in books and supplies. And I know Steve Cobbs touched on that too, but I just wanted to reiterate that for him. And then I also wanted to make the public know that this is available online. If you needed to go look at it, you're more than welcome. I have a few extra copies if anyone is. I have 4 copies that you are welcome to if you would like afterwards. My second question is, it looks like that in revenues, we seem to be receiving more than we anticipate. So after annual spending, we seem to have a surplus. So I'm looking at unaudited actuals 24-25. We seem to have a surplus of 14 million. I'll hand these down. So on this sheet, I listed total expenditures at the top. You can see I put side by side budget versus unaudited actuals. we can see over time our total expenditures in the budget versus the unaudited actuals shows a deficit spending year over year. So in 22-23, our total expenditures went into deficit spending 4.9 million. 23-24, our deficit spending went 11.7 million. 24-25, our expenditures deficit spending 10 million.
Ms. Longshore, if I could stop you there, comparing budget to unaudited actuals does not arrive at the deficit spending number. That's a comparison of what was budgeted and what was actually spent. So yes, we spent in 24-25 10.1 million more than was in adopted budget, because the budget is adjusted throughout the year based on needs. Additional revenue sources can come in, additional expenditures occur. The actual deficit spending is revenue over expenditures.
So then
not-
revenue would be right below it. So you could see the budget is laid out in the same way, side by side with unaudited actuals.
Right.
So what I noticed in our revenues is that we are actually receiving more than we anticipate. So annually, even after our annual spending, we have a surplus.
No. Again, you cannot compare budget to unaudited actuals to determine whether it's a surplus. You look at unaudited actual expenditures, revenue over expenditures for the year. So I'll look at 24-25. We had revenue of $252,945,332.18. We had expenditures of $265,114,225.59 according to your spreadsheet. That's a deficit spend of $12.2 million.
So looking at budget versus unaudited actuals for what year?
I'm not looking at budget versus unaudited actuals. I'm comparing unaudited actuals, revenue, actual revenue received in the 24-25 year to actual expenditures in the 24-25 year. That establishes a deficit spend, not budget to unaudited actuals. Budget is a plan. Budget adjusts throughout the year. Unaudited actuals is what actually occurs.
Right. So maybe you can help me explain where I'm not understanding, because it seems pretty clear to me when we have a budget and then we have the unaudited actuals. A budget is a projection.
Budget is a spending plan at the beginning of the year when we adopt, yes.
The unaudited actuals are a picture of what actually happened as
Yes.
far as spending goes in the budget.
Yes.
So it's kind of like we get the advantage of seeing what happened after we said, we think this is going to happen. Then we can actually see what happened. So when I look at the budget for 22-23, we thought our revenues would be 246.1 million, but our revenues ended up being 263.9 million. So which put us higher, 17.7 million. In 23-24, we had a projected revenue of 231.3 million. We ended up having a 253.1 million, which put us up 21.8 million.
And in that year, 23-24, well, actually, I'll go to 22-23. 22-23, the total revenue, as you just mentioned, we projected at 246, actually came in at 263, just a little shy of 264. Expenditures in 22-23 were 246. So yes, in 22-23, revenue over expenditures, we had approximately, what is that, about a $17.4 million surplus that year. Not 21 million, not 17.7, but 17.4 as its revenues minus expenditures. The following year, 23-24, in budget, we were expecting about $231 million in revenue. We got 253. We spent 261.8. We deficit spent that year.
Yes.
So we spent more than we got.
Yes.
And then again in 24-25, We were expecting $228 million. We got 252.9, but we spent 265.1.
Yes.
Mhm.
So then our end game is 24, 25, where we projected we would get the revenues of 228.5 million, and we ended up getting a revenue of 252.9 million
Mhm.
for a difference of positive 24.3 million, which works out to be total expenditures versus revenues as of this unaudited actual being 14 million.2 in the green.
I'm not familiar with how you arrived at that calculation.
So
Trustee
it would be
Longshore.
just like you looked up at our spending for 24, 25 being minus 10 million. And then, as I just pointed out, our income, our total revenue being 24 million. I took the 24 million minus the deficit spending of 10 million and arrived at, in the green, 14.2 million.
Okay.
Okay. So
It's not an accurate calculation if you're looking at the actual financial activity in the 24,
I'm going to
25
interrupt
school year.
here. I don't think, Renee, we're going to get anywhere. We have a lot to cover still tonight.
okay, sure.
And I'm not trying to cut you off, believe me.
Mhm.
But I think what you provided is what you provided, but I don't think that it's fair to just ask Matt all these numbers up there to describe this. So.
Oh, I
maybe-
wasn't asking. I was just presenting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I wasn't actually asking him to answer. But I did want to present the data that I found and organized here. And of course, I also have the budget for this year, the 25, 26 in the pink. We have the total budgeted expenditures, and I also have the total budgeted revenues. The budget we passed in May as a board changed to the budget that was released in unaudited actuals. Just wanted to point out, in 3 months' time, our projected spending decreased 723,000, and our projected money that we will have, our revenues, went up $11.4 million. So I thought that was great news, and I have this available for anybody who would like it. You're welcome to it. I have 3 of these.
Mr. Rowley, any more questions from the board I can respond to?
Well, I don't have any. No, I think you're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Kylie, send me the cards. Okay. Remind everyone, 3 minutes, please. And the first one I can't read. It's, what does that say?
Test.
Cyan Pierce.
Okay, there you go. Cyan, you still here?
Was that close?
Here. I remember you from last time, yeah. Okay.
Get my speech up here real quick. Sorry about that.
Thanks for waiting.
Of course, yeah. All right. Good evening. Remember me. I said I will continue to return until we meet change. And as we know, I still start school at 7 a.m. Honestly, I didn't expect change after just 3 weeks. However, I feel it's necessary to continue to make my presence and requests known. I speak to you this evening concerning the well-being of most teens enrolled in AVUSD, specifically high school. According to the American Academy of Sleep Medicine, in an article published to their website, aasm.org, on August 16th, 2016, they say, a natural shift in the timing of the body's internal circadian clock occurs during puberty, causing most teens to have a biological preference for a late night bedtime. Returning to an early morning school schedule can be a shock to the system for teens. It is also important that parents and local school boards work together to implement high school start times that allow teens to get healthy sleep, the healthy sleep they need, and to meet their full potential. Teens require about 8 to 10 hours of sleep. let me share you some of my personal experiences over the last 3 weeks. Trying to force myself to sleep by taking melatonin at 9, so I go to bed about 10:30 and wake up at about 6. That's only 7.5 hours of sleep, but I wake up groggy because of the melatonin. On a normal night, I finally feel tired enough to sleep at around 12:30 to 1 a.m. That leaves maybe 5 hours of sleep max. I'm no longer groggy, but still so tired. I have to rush to school because traffic is horrendous at Granite, leaving at about 6:25 in the morning and still have to drive through the dirt field just to make it to the parking lot and make it to class on time. I often wake up not feeling well because I live with a stomach issue I've had since birth, and sometimes if I haven't had enough sleep, my stomach is so upset I end up throwing up. Most of the time, this doesn't happen until the middle of first period. I always feel better after throwing up and resting a minute, and by 9, I'm in tip-top. But what happens when you puke at school? You get sent home, and you accrue an absence for the rest of the day. Something that can personally, for me, can be avoided with just a later start time. Now, the last time I was here, Miss Tucker, you said you heard me. And I want to ask you and everyone else on the board, did you just hear me, or are you also listening? And while you're at that, I implore you to also listen to what Mr. Javier has to say. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, sir. And we have Terry. You're up next. Yep. And after Terry will be Veronica.
Yeah, I'm kind of littler. Thank you. I am Terry Peak. I am mom to 5 Peak boys. My job has been to support my kids' teachers and their daily routine. Let's not go into the countless hours of spent in the classroom and the thousands of dollars I've donated and spent to help make classrooms and programs a success. If you ask just about any teacher that has had one of my boys, most are retired or have moved on, they'll tell you it was a special year in their class when they had a Peak kid. They became an extension of our family. I have been my boys' rally supporter at sporting events, theater programs, ceremonies, and awards. I am my kid's mom. I've had one graduate with honors and go to college. One graduated high school and went straight to a career. He's now a second step manager making a considerable amount of money. One graduated with high honors, too many sports awards to list, by literacy, works for BNSF as a conductor. One graduated class of 2025 with honors, multiple certifications, and a dual career pathway, and is currently in college. And well, you've met Kian. So yeah, I think I'm doing a pretty good job as being my kid's mom. So I'm here for 2 issues. Kian is not a rebellious teen. He doesn't fight against my rules or family obligations or our morals or ethics. He is a revolutionary, always challenging the status quo and trying to bring change and make things better. He is fighting for later start times, and I support that. Read the studies. Obviously, Governor Newsom did in 2019, 6 years ago. He created a law. I ask you to follow it. It's for their benefit. My other issue is regarding transparency, parental support, possible violations in board policy at a district level, and all of the above, plus student advocacy at Granite. In recent years, there seems to be some huge lack of accountability and communication at this once great for my family high school and district. I have been a 23-year parent supporter of AVUSD. I've been on multiple committees, instrumental in passing Measure S, the founding member of several parent support groups on various campuses, Parent Advisory Council. I've been awarded and recognized by the county, the district, many teachers and organizations, and schools as an elite volunteer, volunteer in action, or simply for being the everything and showing up. I've been a substitute employee. Everything AVUSD has done for the last 23 consecutive years has directly impacted my family in many ways. Some good, some amazing, and some in very recent history detrimentally. My family has been hurt recently by things allowed by the board. I've really put myself out there for this district and have rarely, if ever, heard or been supported in return. This time I ask you, hear me, hear my son.
listen wholeheartedly, and act. I am open and willing to talk about any and all of the above mentioned in depth. I have an eidetic memory and an abundance of experiences. And if you need help or a volunteer trying to figure anything out, I know where you can find one. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Carrie. I see where your son gets his speaking ability. Yes, yes, very well, very good. Veronica.
All right.
And then
everyone
after
needs a-
Veronica is, yeah, go ahead. Veronica.
I think everyone needs a quick laugh. By the way, dogs do eat homework. If you get a Belgian Malinois, good luck. All right. So I want everyone to take a moment. Why did you enter education? No one in this room, the board, the staff, no one said money. We need to make enough money, but none of us entered for money. We thought about the impact we'd have on kids. We thought about that one teacher that we had back in the day that impacted us. For me, I did not go into education. I had a successful career in healthcare. I worked with cardiac patients, and I did that for a number of years. And due to life circumstances, thought that I wanted a change. So I decided to enter teaching. So I asked people, because I'm not from the desert, to add to it, where should I go? Apple Valley. Apple Valley is great. That's where you want to go. Really good staff, really good community. They're great. And I do believe that, but the version that I'm seeing now that I'm hired and I'm here is different than what I was told. So what I was told was this version that we all knew used to exist, and it's not the same. So I entered teaching during COVID because I'm super intelligent. I took a $50,000 pay cut. I can show you the W-2s to back it up. And so I entered, and I'm not expecting to get that $50,000 back. Don't get me wrong. I mean, but I have seen that the glowing recommendation is not quite what it was used to be. The pay is significantly decreased compared to the neighboring districts. And that is getting worse as they keep getting raises and we are not. They were playing catch up to where Apple Valley used to be, and now they're leaving us behind. As a new teacher, the trainings that the district provided, the U.S. Department of Education says that 50% of teachers quit within the first 5 years. We just cut all of those extra trainings. Where is the support for those teachers? 53% of teachers are burnt out, according to the National Education Association. We need to be giving people support. That means emotionally and financially. I'm single, rather, the correct word would be widowed. And last year, as a new teacher, I was teaching after school and a second job. I shouldn't have to do that. Plus, we know that teacher hours are not actually the correct hours. I like to think that I am the person that we want to have an education. Yes, I came roundabout. I'm not the young, brand new grad, but I am had a very successful previous career, very well educated. I got my master's in education as I came. I would like to think that these are the people we want to have in the district. And if I'm pondering, is it worth it? That's scary. I didn't come into this for the money, but I should get a professional wage and receive the support so that I don't become one of the statistics and wash out, because I have another career I could go back to. I could call my boss and their answer would be tomorrow. I don't want to do that. Don't make me do that. And I have seen the impact that high turnover has on my school already. I've only been there 5 years, but the constant turnaround of teachers changes everything for the kids and the culture of the school. And so I think everyone in here wants to do the right thing and have the right things happen, but that includes supporting us emotionally and financially for all of the certificated and classified staff in the district.
Cheyenne Johnson. And after Cheyenne will be Kimberly Wilcox. Is Cheyenne here? Okay. Is Kimberly here? Wilcox. Kimberly Wilcox? No? I don't think there's anybody back there now. So, Melissa? There.
All right. Hello, esteemed colleagues, fellow AVUDA and members, Superintendent Nelson, Mr. Conrad, who was my principal when I started at Apple Valley many years ago, and the board members. I am an adult transition paraeducator at Apple Valley High School, working along Priscilla Longrigo, who had to leave to go do an IEP, by the way. So, but I asked that the board consider SB 88, which is a state law that prohibits school staff to drive students in district vans except for bus drivers. So this is detrimental to our program. Our students are not able to go to off-campus jobs. They are, and these jobs are important because this is one of the reasons why some of our students even show up to school. They want to work and they want to make money. And then our students are gaining our job skills in order to become productive members of society. I work with kids who are moderate to severe special needs. So by them even wanting to learn how to work is a big step forward for our students. But not only in this, we also are developing relationships with our community members in Apple Valley and our school district. So some of these community relationships are Miss Maria from Arby's, where our students go twice a week to work. Also, Mr. Arsenio from metal recovery recycling, where our students go to work. Not only that, but our students also have built relationships with our school district, including Marina Torres and Mr. Andrew from Equity Access. Our students are the students that will fill 200 bags in our food pantry to feed 200 people of the Apple Valley community. Not only that, but we have had the pleasure of coming and working our food pantry job dressed in our Halloween costumes, and Superintendent Nelson giving us our tour of the school district. And and that is beyond learning in a classroom. Our students thrive on becoming community members and building these relationships with not only myself, the teachers that I work with, but also the community of Apple Valley and also the school board. Our students love being able to walk into the school district and handing out presents to you guys. They love it. But we cannot do that because we cannot drive a van, because the state of California has said only bus drivers are allowed to drive. And that is hurting our students who enjoy coming to our program. And of course, I'm here supporting our fellow members since we do need an increase in salaries. I am working 3 jobs. I brought my nephew today to the board meeting because I am watching him for my brother. I am getting paid to watch my nephew and everything, and that is unacceptable. My fellow CSA members cannot come to board meetings because they're working at their jobs. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you, Melissa. I think
While we normally don't comment on public comment time, I do want to make sure the board understands that we are working diligently on SB 88. It's one of the bills that has passed, it flew under the radar. It was passed in order to stop Uber and Lyft from being used for school districts. There is a list of things that I will take to SANDABS as a way to maybe move forward and change that law. If one of our staff members, if Melissa got into the van and was going to drive students over 200 miles, she could do it, but she can't drive locally. And that is an incredible, ridiculous thing that has happened. It has created a detriment to our students, and we realize it. So I appreciate that you said something, Melissa, because it is on we're working on it. We are trying to come up with solutions so that we can take care of this and get our kids back out where they need to be. Yep. Yeah, well, we want it too.
thank you. Thanks for your comments. Nasina? Sheila? Okay, Steve Cobbs?
Thanks. Thanks for the long night. My voice is tired from teaching today. Again, I got into teaching just for the ability to influence lives. I had one of those moments today when just that math lesson finally clicked and I saw the eyes go, and I got to celebrate that. I'm enjoying mentoring in the induction program, and I mentor younger teachers as well. I haven't been teaching long, but I'm kind of at the twilight of my career as well, age-wise, and so I won't be here long. And so my goal is to, before I go, try to set things in a position for the future ones. We have a lot of young math teachers at my school, and we try to mentor them. And so part of that was taking on this idea of going ahead and okaying to be, not to be up front, but to be a lead negotiator. So I wanted to say thank you for finalizing this first part of negotiations. Mr. Raleigh, as you were saying, giving directions. I hope that's more significant than symbolic. That is my hope. As you may have seen tonight in the sea of red and blue, and the overflow was full earlier, there's a resolve that I have never seen before here in 9 years. My hope is that we will be able to make significant progress with a significant offer in the second step of negotiations when we actually get together and be able to bring good news to our unit members. Because I was asked in a meeting the other day, and they said, well, if you're offered something small, are you just going to take it and leave us behind? And I want to be very careful in my answer to that. A symbolic gesture will be met with a very determined and frustrated group with a call for accountability. I'm just saying how things are and what the feel is out there. I hope that it doesn't come to that, but we are prepared. And so thank you for that step. I'm hoping it's a step in the right direction. If you want, I do have notes for 15 million that I can show you that might be able to be used in the course of this negotiation. Thanks for your time.
We have one more, and we have Javier. See, sir? There it is.
Thank you very much, esteemed board members and cabinet. And first of all, I just want to say that I reiterate all of the comments that of support from all of the members. I want to read from you Board Policy 4000. The governing board wishes to establish conditions that will attract and hold the best qualified personnel for all positions who will devote themselves to the education and welfare of the students of the district. This is Board Policy 4000. The governing board adopts wages and salary schedules. Tonight, I come before you like Ms. Okpara, an immigrant living the American dream. My family has humble beginnings. My mother once worked as a housekeeper for our board president, Mr. Raleigh. My mother sends her hellos, Mr. Raleigh. Yet my parents pushed me to focus on school and follow my passions. This is America, after all, the land of opportunity. And pursue my dreams I did. Through education and the power of music, I have been honored to study classical and flamenco guitar in Europe. I was recognized by the Yamaha Corporation and their inaugural class of the 40 best teachers under 40 in the United States in 2020. Granite Hills received the Exemplary Arts Award in 2021. For the past 3 years, I've served as the High Desert Honor Band Chair. I am published in my field, an honor few in my profession can claim. Last year, the National Association of Music Merchants named Granite Hills one of the best schools for music education, and I helped lead the Creative Careers Leadership Laboratory with the California Department of Ed in Arts, Media, and Entertainment, which brought to Granite Hills a two-time Latin Grammy-winning producer and an Interscope signed artist. In spite of all of this, I am told that the district is making offers of no increase for inflation. That leaves us one of the lowest ranked schools in our area for compensation. Neighboring districts are paying significantly more, and they're actively poaching our teachers with competitive offers. I want you all to remember Board Policy 4000, which makes it clear that the governing board should do what they can to attract and hold the best qualified personnel. I think you've heard stories from individuals that is not being followed. Board Policy 4000 is not being followed. What would happen to any of us if we did not follow board policy? So I call on you, if we truly want to retain the best qualified personnel and provide stability for our students, we must offer compensation and respect that reflect both the policy and the reality of the teaching profession. In the last few minutes, I would like to call once again for there to be an investigation in the claims that are the harm that was caused to the Peak family in relations to Prop 28 funds. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your comments, everyone. We still have some business to conduct here, so we'll move on. Is there any more comments from any of the board members? No? Trinae, you have anything else? Okay. Public hearing, item G, conduct a public hearing to determine that each pupil in each school in the Apple Valley Unified School District has or will have prior to the end of the 8th week of school sufficient textbooks and instructional materials for the 25-26 school year. And Pat Schlosser?
Yeah, for ease of time, maybe let's open the hearing. I'll make a
Okay.
quick comment and then we can
Okay,
see
we
if
open
there's.
the hearing at 10:17.
And so just a brief comment, this is the board meeting, usually the September meeting in the year when we have a chance to sort of make sure, one, we've matched enrollment to the materials. It does also typically land right after the Williams visits. Now, as Trinae mentioned, it's only half of the Williams visits this year because we're going to have 11 of them. And that does reflect a countywide increase of about double in every school district. But as was mentioned, the Williams visits finding no deficiencies is exactly indicative of what this hearing is about, that we've been able to provide instructional materials as required by both board policy and this statute. And so we open this hearing just to hear from any folks who have a concern. But of course, all year long, the Williams process requires us to gather that same data. If someone brings a curriculum concern, they have a process for that. So.
Okay, questions and comments? Anybody have anything? What the heck was that? What was that?
Oh, my phone fell out of my pocket.
Oh. Are you trying to wake me up? Wow. Okay. We'll close the public hearing at 10:19. And hearing no further public comment, and I'll close the public hearing. And we'll move on to special meeting. None at this meeting. Discussion action sessions is recommended that the Board of Trustees discuss and take action on the following items. Approve the amended 2025-26 board meeting schedule. So we already discussed this, right? So we just need a motion.
So moved.
That was Anita and probably, did I hear Maria?
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to go ahead and vote on that.
Does this include the October 12th?
No, this is the time, right?
This is just, it doesn't move the meeting, it
It
just
just-
changes to approximate 5
Yeah,
o'clock start
what
time.
we discussed earlier.
Okay. I'll just have
So
to
Kylie,
vote.
are we voting on the computer?
Yeah.
Okay. Why is mine not open? Again?
So you see what's changed. The dates are the same. It's the red down at the bottom.
At 1 o'clock.
Oh, those are just those two in June.
We're holding everybody up here.
Is it up top? Yeah.
Just take a roll call vote.
Okay, so we have a motion
By
made
Anita
by,
and a second by Maria.
yep. If you guys want to take a vote via roll call.
Amanda,
Can we do discussion?
excuse me?
Can we do discussion?
Oh, yeah, I thought there wasn't any. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just have a question. Is it possible at this time to change your meeting date? That's in the future. Is that appropriate?
It would, you would have to do it during a calendar discussion or at a board meeting requesting that.
So this would.
You're totally appropriate to ask,
Awesome,
yes.
thank you. I would like to perhaps have you consider changing the January 15th meeting to,
Let me get my calendar real quick.
is that a January 8th?
The only thing that I just want to make sure everyone's aware of is that would require the agenda to be posted and the materials to be prepared during the winter closure break.
Yeah, that would inconvenience staff.
I'm gone.
When did you want, what was the date?
From the 15th to the 8th, but that would make,
In January?
yeah, that would
Oh.
make staff have to be working on it during the last couple days of December.
That's too far for me, I think.
Well, now I'm break.
If it's an inconvenience for the board and staff, then we can leave it. I just won't be at the 15th meeting.
If we have a quorum, we should still have a meeting.
Where's your email? Go to your email.
Are we still thinking?
We're getting him logged back in.
Okay.
I won't look.
Oh, I don't know. My password is Amanda Rocks. How's that?
You're the only one who. Okay, and then you should have that email Kylie sent that said the meeting was made current. And then there's a link, just click that. Okay. Are you in?
Okay,
Okay.
yeah.
I don't want to like
I know,
look, but
there's-
there's one from Kylie, not that one. Nope.
Why wouldn't I have to go to my emails to log in?
I don't know, there's a link from her. Until they bookmark it.
Board
for
meeting
us.
agenda?
Yep. And then click the title. There you go.
Okay,
Are you in now?
yeah, so that way we go to the voting though.
You
That's
probably have
the
to
old
log
one,
in the
isn't
top
it?
right. There
We've
should be a
already-
button.
Top right?
Top right, there should be a button there.
Login.
You'd be able to log in, and then you would enter your login
Amanda
information
Rocks.
there.
Is there a little?
It can go all the way.
Yeah, it's like shut everything.
Way
down.
back.
Okay, what do I make?
I don't have a voting box, Heidi.
And
And I'm
then-
logged in.
It should be
Yeah.
item I1 is what you guys are considering right now.
Okay.
There is no little box.
I already voted. Did you see mine?
Yes, it's up now. 3 out of 5 are up. So we still have 2 more.
Okay, I have no box. I can't vote.
Do you do roll call so we can move on because time is running out?
It never came.
Kylie,
Anita has no, the vote never came up for her.
It hates
Some
me.
of the schools have to have, yeah, those clickers that.
I'll vote yes, though. So you.
I know, we should have. a little buzzer.
I said
Ms. Tucker,
yes.
do you want me to submit?
Can you submit a yes vote for me, please?
You would like to vote yes?
Yeah.
Is it displaying?
Okay.
Do you want to read out the results?
Okay,
of the vote?
yes, so
Now I have a box.
Raleigh, yes. Buchanan, yes. Longshore, no. Maria Opara, yes. Anita Tucker, yes. Okay, so we'll move on to approve the adoption of the revised declaration of need for fully qualified educators. Is there any discussion on that? If not, I'll need a motion.
Yes, I have a question.
Okay,
So in our declaration of need for fully qualified educators, my concern in question, our assessments show that our students' learning is far below grade level standards. My question is, why are we not placing our fully qualified staff in classrooms instead of hiring and then having declare a need for fully qualified educators?
This.
Yeah, thank you, Justin.
Well, I'm sorry. I thought you looked down at me and I was not sure. This is an amended one from what was previously approved by the Board of Trustees. We put one out in anticipation on what the hiring may have been over the summer. We found a much reduced number in actual teachers who might be, needing an emergency credential or something like that. But again, after participation in the recruitment fairs and things like that, we still get a couple, and we still leave a little wiggle room, just not knowing what might open up in the year. If we had a sudden resignation and all highly qualified teachers are currently employed in places and we got to hire somebody in November, we need to be able to get the county to pay those people. So that's what that is. It shows there's a strict criteria of recruitments we must attempt before we even go to that level. And that's what that form does.
Okay, so as far as any fully credentialed teachers in our district who would have had certifications for these, do we not have any of those?
Oh, we absolutely do.
No, but I mean that could have been moved into those positions.
So moved and not backfilled on another campus?
So meaning maybe they hold different positions within our district, but they held credentials necessary for certain spots within our classrooms? Like reading teachers, multiple subject teachers, single subject teachers.
Well, yeah, the way that works is, say we're looking for Steve's here, a math teacher. If you're asking, do I have another math teacher somewhere to move into that? Not that I'm aware of. I think they're all already in. Yeah, me, I'll take it. No, but I'm unaware of I don't know how to answer that. I'll be truthful. Like, could I take a multi-subject teacher who's currently doing reading intervention and remove them from the program and put them in a classroom? Yes, I could. Then what do I do with the reading intervention spot?
Well, I'm more like thinking about spots at the district office, more administrative spots.
Like put administrator back in the classroom?
Well, if they have the necessary credentials.
Yeah, I have a math credential. I could go back in the classroom. Is that?
That would be a layoff and a reassignment.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought, well, the reason why I ask is because I thought that's what we were doing when we allowed for the RIFs. So I guess I'm just a little confused.
We didn't do any RIFs. We did open positions that were no longer filled with people. You did not notice any people within the district.
Yes, right. We did not notice anybody within the district, but we did allow for movement to happen within the district. And so I guess I'm asking, why are we hiring teachers without certification instead of moving those with certification and maybe administrative spots back into the classroom?
Because that wasn't the action that was taken by the board. And if that's the desire of the board, then that'll be a layoff in March.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
That was not the action directed by the board. And if that's a direction the board wants to take in the spring, we would still have to notice people that they would be moving from an administrative position to a classroom teacher.
Okay, so are you saying that we didn't give that sort of direction?
I didn't have any direction that said we were laying off administrators and moving them to the classroom.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve. I think we did, didn't we?
I'm not sure we ever opened it. No, I think there was only discussion at this time. I don't think there's been any motion or second to consider the item for adoption.
Okay, so we'll need the motion then.
And I make a motion that we adopt the revised declaration of need for fully qualified teachers.
Okay, motion Maria. I'll second the motion. Kylie, did you get that? We can go ahead and vote now.
You have a second?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Three out of five so far showed up. I voted. I submitted.
Everybody see it. Button looks grayed out.
Mine says my vote has been recorded. Yeah, it is great.
Mine's recorded too. I got a box this time.
Maybe my computer is revolting.
Okay, let's go ahead. Is there anybody that's voted no? Okay, so the motion passes unanimously, kindly.
Okay.
Okay.
We do an extension. It's now 10:30.
Yeah, we're gonna do an extension because we got
Right
closed
now.
session, and I'm not coming back next week, so let's get it tonight. Okay.
So let's extend
Okay.
the time now.
How long would you like to?
We'll probably need another, what, 2 hours?
No.
No?
Seriously?
Well, I don't know. We got closed session still. Maybe an hour? Let's go an hour.
Yeah, you will.
So we'll go ahead and extend 1 hour. We need a motion and a second and all
I
that.
don't have
You do.
anything planned for tomorrow.
All right.
We're not gonna get it.
Just so you're aware, you do still have 3 items in your discussion action, and you have 33 items in your consent agenda prior to going into closed. So I just want to make sure that you guys
Yeah, we know. Okay.
have that before you make any type of vote.
Okay, let's go ahead and extend 1 hour.
Could we maybe do 2 just in case?
Or we need times. We need to extend for minutes or just an extension?
I think the board bylaw just says that you would indicate a time not to exceed. I don't think it has to go that long, but you're able to
Okay, so
indicate
not
a
to
time.
exceed 12:30 then.
Oh.
Okay. All right. I'll make the motion. Do we have a
Second.
second?
Second.
Okay, second. I'll do a roll call. Amanda,
Yes.
Maria. Come on, girl, let's go. We get paid the $400 a month for it.
I'm in my 70s. That's too long to stay
Renee.
awake. It's like, God.
good? Renee,
Yes.
Anita,
I.
okay.
I'm gonna make a sub tomorrow.
Passes unanimously 5-0 not to go beyond 12:30
Yeah.
September 5th. AM.
Okay, let's move this on here.
Oh my God.
Approved adoption. Okay, we did unqualified educators. Approve the certificated and classified personnel actions as listed. Need a motion.
So moved.
Second. I'll second it. Any discussion?
I had a quick clarification. So these 7 FTE positions, are these in addition to the 42 that were in the new teacher training?
One second, I'm pulling it up. These teachers, they were all processed prior to the start of the school year. I don't have their time cards to see for sure if they actually attended new teacher, but with the start date of 7/25, that would suggest they were intended to be there. So they're,
Okay, I guess what I'm looking for then is total number. Is there any way you can get that for me?
the total number of new hires this year?
Mhm.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Let's, I voted so far. We need to move the vote along. Everybody vote electronically? Okay. Motion passes, or it passes unanimously. Item 4, approve the recommendation for requested leaves as noted. Need a motion.
So moved.
Maria?
I'll second.
So, second, Amanda. All right, let's go ahead and vote.
Don't we need to do the
No, this is
human
not,
resources or?
no, this is
Well,
not a, if there's discussion, if anybody wants to talk.
These are people asking.
This is
to take a
item
leave
I4,
no-
approve the recommendations for the requested leaves.
There's no time on it. It doesn't need to be. Okay, it passes unanimously 5-0.
before we do the
Okay,
next
so-
item,
Yeah, we have to hold that.
we
Yeah, this
can
is
either
both-
hold it and because there hasn't been a chance for discussion.
Okay, so we move on to consent. So we have items 1 through 33. So we'll need a motion to approve items 1 through 33.
I would like to pull item number 1.
Okay, pull the minutes from August 14th. Anything else? If not, we can vote on 2 through 33. That'll be the motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, second Tucker. Maria moved it. Go ahead and vote.
I think it's going to be another voice.
Yeah, you'll take those as a roll call, and then one you'll be able to do.
Okay, then
To
we'll do
separate
it.
them out.
Okay, roll call vote. Amanda.
Aye.
Aye.
Farah. Longshore.
Aye.
Tucker.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Okay, you pulled one, so approve the minutes for the August 14th board meeting. So Anita, you have some questions on it?
Yes, I noticed that the minutes appeared kind of minimalistic for August 14th, and I just was kind of wondering about that.
Yeah, so we will provide the board bylaw and the ed code that talks about that the minutes are to reflect action taken by the board, not all of the comments or it's not a narrative. So we have been adding things, but as we switched to the next platform when we went to Gamut for our board policies, one of the things they indicated was a best practice was only board action. We looked at our board bylaw, we looked at our at the ed code, and that is consistent with what you have. So if there is a desire to do something different, I would recommend that we bring that board bylaw to the board and have a discussion about what you would desire.
Okay, and then you're going to show the board policies or whatever.
I'll send you the board
Perfect.
bylaws and the board bylaw and the ed code that dictates that.
Okay, thank you so very much.
Sure.
Okay, so we'll need a motion to approve item 1.
So before we move forward, I just want to express my support for Trustee Tucker bringing this up as a concern. It is my concern too. I would like to see a little bit more of a detailed recount of our board meetings in the future. I think it would be helpful. I know Kylie, you were doing that before. It was wonderful. I'd really not like to see that changed if we can help it.
Okay, duly noted. Item 1, we still need to approve it. Approve the minutes from August 14th. I'll make the motion to approve it. Wait a second.
I'll second it.
Maria, okay. So we have a motion, Raleigh, a second by O'Hara.
It's not going to be on there. Oh, it is. Oh, fancy.
All right. Motion passes, it passes unanimously. Oh, no, it didn't. I'm sorry. I thought I saw the 5-5 there. Oh, no, it did not. Longshore voted no. Okay. Raleigh, yes. Buchanan, yes. Longshore, no. O'Hara, yes. Tucker, yes. All right. Items named for consent. Staff reports. Okay. So now we're back to closed session again. So I already read them out. Do I need to read them again?
Nope.
Okay. Read them twice. So we need a motion to go back into closed session.
So
We have
moved.
Motion by Maria, second by
Second.
Tucker. Okay. We'll go ahead and vote.
Rick, really fast, if you don't mind, since we altered the original motion where we moved that,
Yeah.
I think for transparency, it would be best to just re-indicate the numbers of the items.
Okay.
Since we removed that from that previous action.
Okay, I have them here.
Okay, I believe it was, what I have written down was item number 2, 3, 4, 5, and 9 on the closed session agenda.
That's it. Yes. Okay.
Skip 9.
All right. So we need to vote to go back in.
Is it going to be one of those votes or is that?
She's
It's
getting it.
it's getting there.
Okay.
I know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
And that did pass unanimously to go back into closed session.
Okay, everybody voted. Okay.
10:41 PM.
We'll see if there's any diehards. Back on the record. From closed session, we're back. So let me go through here and find what I need to read. Just stick there with me.
Student.
Okay. Okay, everybody here sitting down? Okay, we need to approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing chairperson effective immediately on expulsion case STIP 5202425. Revocation of expulsion case STIP 7202425. Need a motion?
So moved. A second.
A second by Maria. Tucker was that. And are we voting electronically?
My computer's been put away.
Is everybody logged back in?
I'm not. Let's just get it through. Okay, roll call vote. Amanda.
Aye.
Maria.
Aye.
Renee.
Aye.
Anita.
Aye.
Raleigh, aye. Okay, 5-0. Thank you. Okay. Closed session. Yeah, got one more page here. Back page. This is all
I think
consent.
we're in B.
What page are you on?
I think you guys, from that, you would have any closed session readouts.
Yes.
And then I think you're in section K, or no, it'd be in M, sorry.
M?
M, as in Mary.
No, he's looking for the script for closed session. It's just closed session.
Yeah,
Oh, if the clerk has any
Do you want me
items
to read
to,
yeah, go ahead. Amanda has it here, so she can just read it.
All right, in closed session, the Board of Trustees took action in support of the following recommendation from the superintendent. Item B3, conference on litigation. On a motion by Maria Akpara, seconded by Anita Tucker, the board voted unanimously to authorize the Director of Risk Management to approve the proposed settlement agreement regarding case number CIVVS 2402409.
That's it?
Nope. In closed session, the Board of Trustees took action in support of the following recommendation from the superintendent. Item B3, conference on litigation. On a motion by Renee Longshore, seconded by Anita Tucker, the board voted unanimously to authorize the Director of Risk Management to approve the proposed settlement agreement regarding case number CIVVS 2500223. And I do this one too, right? Okay, in closed session, the Board of Trustees took action in support of the following recommendations from the superintendent. Item B4, public employee, discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer. On a motion by Anita Tucker, seconded by Amanda Buchanan, the Board of Trustees approved the following. Approved the involuntary demotion of employee number 2592 effective August 7th, 2025.
That's it? Okay, we just have one item. That would be future items. Does any members of the board have any
Have you
future
done
items
people
for agendas?
personnel?
I'm
We
sorry?
haven't done the people personnel portion.
The what?
The one we did for the, did we vote on it?
Yeah, we already voted on it about an hour ago. It's passed.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have future items. Does anybody have anything before we move on to adjournment?
Are we going to put the board policy that we discussed today on there and get a presentation?
Right, that was
Okay.
voted on as well.
Okay, very good.
Okay, with that, we'll need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So we have a motion to adjourn by Amanda
Yep.
and Maria. Did you catch that? Okay. Okay, so I think Kylie has a few things to sign before we go.